Good afternoon. Welcome to the September 4th City Council meeting. Ms. Gomez, do you want to call the roll?
Please let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Mayor Coursey.
Excellent. Madam City Attorney, do you want to do a report out on closed session?
Yes, the council held a closed session discussion on item 3.1 and gave direction to staff. Excellent.
There are no study sessions today. We'll make our way on down to proclamations. We'll start with the Sesquicentennial Celebration Day. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And I'd like to have the recipients come down to the podium. Pat Fruitt and Janet Rogers and Judy Groverman, sorry, Judy. Karen Weeks and Stacy Pastis. 5 very hardworking committee members. And I'd also like to recognize Councilmember Schwedhelm as well, and Mayor Coursey is also involved in this long process of celebrating our 150th birthday, if you will, for Santa Rosa. So I'll read the proclamation, and then we will have an opportunity for someone to say a couple of words. Whereas in 1868, the state of California recognized Santa Rosa as a city, and the city is celebrating its sesquicentennial this year, 2018. And whereas the City Council Subcommittee has been working on this celebration for more than 3 years, and whereas the subcommittee has unearthed and documented the contents of the time capsule buried in 1968, which will be opened in 2018. And whereas the contents of the time capsule, as well as opportunities to share what Santa Rosa residents wanted included in the time capsule, were unveiled at the public ceremony, and more than 70 suggestions were received from the public. And whereas the city is hosting a community birthday party on September 8th, 2018 in Courthouse Square from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m., where residents can come together for free entertainment, music, birthday cake, historical information, the ceremonial reburying of the time capsule, the new time capsule, and more. And whereas the City Council welcomes its residents to attend the celebration, honoring our community and looking to the future as we honor the past. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Chris Coursey, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, and pleased to proclaim that September 8th, 2018 is designated as Santa Rosa Sesquicentennial Celebration Day, signed by the Mayor on this date.
Karen, do you want to say a few words?
Please do.
Well, I guess since I have the microphone, I will. As Pat just said, I think we've had 150 meetings planning for the 150th.
I think you're right.
I'd like to thank the council for your support over the last 3 years, and the community for their support, and invite 150 of your friends to come on down. We're gonna have a lot of fun things. We're gonna have food, beer, wine, children's activities, fashion show of historic fashions, car show, movie, a historic movie at 3rd Street Cinema, and then the culmination is gonna be the showing of Shadow of a Doubt, which was filmed in the 40s here in downtown Santa Rosa. So please come on down and celebrate who we are.
And I want to recognize the large number of volunteers, 3 of which are standing in the council chamber this afternoon. It has been a lot of meetings and lots of highly dedicated work. We are not professional, well, Judy is, and actually Janet is, professional event putter honors. But you wouldn't know it by the result. It's really so much effort and really, really good work was done by our volunteers and the paid professionals as well. And I just want to honor that work and look forward to the community coming on Saturday. It's come and go as you please. It's open. We're going to be there all day long, from 3 to 10, and so we want everyone within the sound of my voice and beyond to come to downtown Santa Rosa and enjoy.
And since I still have the microphone, I do want to thank you, Councilmember Sawyer, for your dedication to Santa Rosa and being a real driving force behind this, and thank you.
And since you still have the microphone, Ms. Weeks, if one wanted to volunteer to assist at the event, where would one go to try to do that?
Thank you, Member Schwedhelm. Go to santarosacity150.com, and there's a form you can fill out, and it will be forwarded to Judy and then to our event coordinator. And we need lots of volunteers still, a lot.
Same thing, John. Call 150 of your friends to volunteer.
Yes.
Thank you for all your work. You guys, you're rock stars putting this thing together. Looking forward to Saturday.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll go on to our second proclamation for Creek Pollution Prevention Week. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So I have, could I call the folks down? Whereas throughout the United States, the week starting on the third Monday of September is recognized as National Pollution Prevention Week, and whereas throughout much of California, including the Russian River watershed, the fourth week of September is recognized as Creek Week, and whereas our pollution prevention practices are intrinsically linked to the health of our watershed lands and waterways, and whereas the City of Santa Rosa supports programs to reduce pollution, increase the environmental quality of our watershed, and provide our communities with the knowledge to be effective stewards of the Russian River watershed lands and waterways. And whereas nearly the 1,500 square miles of lands, 238 creeks, and approximately 350,000 residents of the Russian River watershed are connected and mutually support each other, making the Russian River and its tributaries and associated features important resources to the people of Sonoma and Mendocino counties. And whereas pollution in the form of trash and debris, chemicals and sediment all have the potential to degrade the quality of life and the quality of resources within the Russian River watershed. And whereas the City of Santa Rosa, through our stormwater management program, strives to protect our lands and waterways through ongoing pollution prevention outreach, which aims to raise awareness of the harmful effects of pollutants to our natural systems. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Chris Corsi of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim that September 17th through 23rd, 2018 is Pollution Prevention Week, and September 15th through 23rd, 2018 is Creek Week in the City of Santa Rosa, and ask that all members in our community to support efforts to protect and enrich our watershed health by participating in the many Pollution Prevention Week, Creek Week activities, and to take active steps to reduce pollution and care for our environment throughout the year. Would you both like to say anything?
Thank you. Good afternoon. In conjunction with Creek Week, staff has planned 2 events we'd like to invite you all to. The first is a creek cleanup on Prince Memorial Greenway on Saturday, September 15th from 9:30 to noon. And we'd also like to recognize that there are a lot of residents who volunteer to take care of the waterways, and we very much appreciate everyone's help. And this is Heaven Moore, from Supervising Engineer with Stormwater and Creeks.
I also wanted to invite you. Laguna Wastewater Treatment Plant is celebrating its 50-year anniversary. So we're going to have hayride tours at the treatment plant, as well as activities there for kids and adults alike. So that is going to be Saturday, September 22nd from 10 to 2 p.m. And we hope that you all will join us there for that as well.
Thank you.
Can I just, I just want to offer a little recommendation. This celebration, this 50th anniversary, and I know it sounds like it might not be all that interesting to visit a wastewater treatment plant, but I got to tell you, of all of the tours that I received when I was first elected to the city council, that particular tour was by far the most entertaining. It was fascinating to find out, you know, most people, you flush your toilet. I know it's not very sexy. You flush your toilet, and where does that go? You know what? When you find out where it goes and how it gets there, miles and miles away, it's a fascinating experience. I recommend anyone to go out and check out this treatment plant, and I know they'll put on with this anniversary, they'll put on a good show for you. So I recommend it to everyone. Thank you.
And I do have one card on this one, Dwayne DeWitt.
DeWitt, and I'm from Roseland. I actually turned in a card for the item just before this also, so I'm going to combine them and let you know that Roseland was around just as long as Santa Rosa. And over there to the west, there were folks along Dutton Avenue, these places we have those names now, but there were folks who were supportive of Santa Rosa. They just lived outside of the city limits back then. So remember, you got Roseland in the city limits now, and celebrate with us. With that in mind, regarding the creeks, Roseland Creek is such a wonderful riparian corridor still out there in that area, and we've been trying to save it from getting polluted and ruined. And I'm hoping that you at the city will begin to look at how you could actually get more funding from both the State Department of Natural Resources, the State Department of Water, and the federal government departments that are involved, and be helping that Roseland Creek, and we help you get extra funding. So let's all work together and kumbaya for Roseland. Thank you so much for Creek Pollution Week 2. Bye now.
Thank you so much, Mr. DeWitt. We will go on to fire recovery and rebuild update.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We do have two reports today. The first one is Assistant Fire Marshal Paul Lowenthal, which will be followed by Assistant City Manager David Guin. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. It's been about 3 weeks since the last update. Two things we wanted to bring to your attention quickly is one is the status of over-excavation, and the second one is issue resolution. As you may be aware, 2 weeks ago I attended a meeting in Sacramento with Senator McGuire's office, Director Cal OES, FEMA, several other state agencies, as well as elected officials at a state level, county representatives, as well as Mayor Corsi and City Manager McGlynn joined by phone to address the damaged properties and issue resolutions that are still unresolved. We did have some good discussions. There was some commitments from the Director of Cal OES to re-engage with our debris task force at a local level to bring our federal and state partners back to the table. We also had some commitments from Cal OES to figure out what can be done at a state level to continue to resolve damaged properties and claims that the federal government has not been able to resolve due to legal or contractual obligations. So that was good news. We also understand that the Army Corps of Engineers will be turning over documents to us to review that involve field notes as well as photographs from a lot of the damages that were reported to us locally that a lot of you have seen and dealt with at your own levels, that will help us in continuing to bring those hopefully to a close sooner than later. Regarding over-excavation, as we'd mentioned previously, Santa Rosa was the first of the properties to be assessed. Of the 610, 288 were brought into the program. A majority of Santa Rosa, with the exception of some stragglers, are for all intents and purposes done, and they're waiting on geotechnical reports that will allow them to move forward with their rebuilding. And they're slowly moving through the remainder of the county. And that contract that's being handled by Suga Construction through Cal OES is able to actually start doing some of the damages that were reported, but that primarily right now is wells and septics. There have been some Santa Rosa residents that have requested their driveways to be removed. Although the state or federal government couldn't repair them, it was financially beneficial for the survivor to have the driveway removed, and the state has facilitated a lot of those requests. So far we are continuing to resolve them and moving in the right direction.
Are there any questions, council? So I have just one quick request. I know you're working your way through the data as you get it. I understand that the director of Cal OES sent a pretty strongly worded letter to FEMA regarding the over-excavation. As you and your team look at the data that comes in, the field notes and things, can you try to quantify for us, or at least give us an indication, if most of the over-excavation that we're seeing came from the first wave of contracts where the contractors were paid by the ton, as opposed to as we got further into the debris removal process, so that we can make a credible case to FEMA and to Cal OES on how that could have occurred?
Understood. And just to clarify, the letter from Director Garaducci actually went to one of the colonels from the Army Corps of Engineers, but CC'd Bob Fenton from FEMA. And I did actually ask Cal OES this morning if they had had any response to that letter, and to their knowledge, they had not yet.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right, good afternoon, and with me is Gabe Osborne, Deputy Director of Development Services. And I'm going to give you two updates. One first quick update. Steve Jensen, who was our permit manager center that started the day after Thanksgiving, showed up with his team and basically turned that thing into what it is today. He is retiring for the second time, so he actually came out of retirement to do this job, and I think it's he's done his time to try to help get this up and running. So we are working with Bureau Veritas right now on a transition plan. We'll have that in place by next week, and Steve's last day will be next Wednesday. So just want to make sure you're aware of that. We'll get the new contact information out for everybody, but the rest of the team is there, and Gabe and Jesse are also heavily involved in the day-to-day. Also, as I mentioned in the newspaper today, the first house in Fountain Grove is complete, and we do have a couple more on the heels of that, very close to completion as well. So you'll start to see more final completed homes up in the Fountain Grove area, in addition to the Coffee Park area. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gabe, and we're going to go through a couple of the updates on the new tool that we've launched, but also some of the turnaround times that have been a question to you and to us over the past couple of weeks.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor Rogers and members of the council. As Mr. Guin mentioned, there are really two components we'd like to discuss today. One is an update on the turnaround times, and another is an update on the tools that we have modified to assist people with the rebuild effort. So the tool we're focusing on today is actually the Resilient City Parcel Report Search tool. So we did a brief update in August in our rebuild on some of the pending updates on this piece. So really the focus is to centralize as much information as possible through that portal, and that's really what we've been working on for the last 3 or 4 weeks. So what we found is that it's become fairly popular, and we're trying to get as much information as possible, which means we have to compartmentalize that information and make it clear and concise, and have navigation features that are just as clear and concise. So we're actually going with a tab format that you can see at the top that are the different categories. So the general tab is pretty consistent to what we had from the start. One of the pieces we did add is additional addresses, so that's associated addresses that is at the top. So what we found is that if there was an existing single family in an ADU or an apartment complex, people were not always searching by the main address we had on file, so this gives a little more flexibility. The second tab is the planning tab. A lot of the information on setbacks, we've been compiling that since the get-go, and that is now complete, so everything is up to date. What we've also added is HOA information, so if we know what that is, we can port it in here as well. The permit tab went through the most substantial update. It is actually new, and it probably is the most beneficial. So what we can see now is we are showing any relevant building permits on the parcel. What we're also showing is engineering permits and fire permits. So we have other tools in place that do allow property owners to get to the building permit information, but not to the engineering and fire tools. So this is fairly new. We're going to start with the rebuild, and very shortly we are going to roll that out to the rest of the city. So on the building front, we're giving a lot of detail regarding the building permit. So we give a description, we give a timeline on the overall process, and we also give an expanded view of the timeline. So this is the transparency effort that we wanted to go through based on our last discussion. So this really shows who has seen the building permit, how long it's taken in each category. So it will chart first review, second review, and third, if applicable. It will also chart the time in between. So it lists the number of working or calendar days that are in each bucket. So it's the amount of time the applicant has in between the reviews. So the other tab, and this will grow over time, is the utility tab. So as it stands right now for the rebuild in the water advisory area, some of the water services are being replaced. We have that information and we are reporting that in. So the property owner can see the status of their replacement. They can also get the service type that the replacement is commencing with. This is helpful from a fire sprinkler standpoint. So that really sums up the changes to the parcel tool. I do want to point out internal staff on this one. Debbie Bird in particular has created this from the ground up, and it's been fairly amazing. The response time, half the time we don't even have to come up with the idea and it's already being worked on. So we've been able to produce these really quick based on feedback from the outside. And ultimately what we'll be able to do with this is probably leverage the foundation that was created here to replace a lot of the tools that we have that have a cost associated with them. So IT will likely bring forward cost savings because of the work that she's done. So we are also rolling this out. It went live on a soft launch over the last few weeks. So we are doing our full launch now. So we will be broadcasting out on social media. We will also be linking out to many of the affiliated groups, Coffee Strong, the Block Captain Group in the Fountain Grove and Hidden Valley area. And we also produced a video that is a bit of a promotional video. It highlights some of the technology that we've utilized in the rebuild effort, and it has a tutorial function to it. So it's a 4-minute video. So I'd like to take a break and show that video, and then we'll step into the turnaround times.
Supporting the rebuilding effort by getting people back home. That was what we talked about doing early on, is getting them there, and that's what we're doing now. And how we facilitated that process is to change all the policies we have our power to change, to streamline efforts, to give them tools to make decisions, to know when we need to encourage them to move forward and know when we need to get out of the way and let them move forward.
We're there. We're part of this community, and we're going to help you and others get back into their homes.
The city is taking a very progressive stance when it comes to delivering new technologies to assist people with the rebuild. What we found early on in the process is the audiences are very diverse.
Input from residents, developers, and contractors involved in the rebuilding of our community has helped to guide much of its content. srcity.org/rebuild is where you can find all tools, data, and resources created to guide and track rebuilding efforts in the city of Santa Rosa. The Resilient City Recovery Maps, a rebuild data tracker, and a parcel report search. Within the Resilient City Recovery Maps portal is a menu of maps, each providing different pieces of information important to the rebuild. For instance, within the Recovery Progress Map, use the legend in the upper right corner of that page to determine if a property is in the cleanup, permitting, or construction phase of rebuilding. For each map, users can view the status of a specific property simply by clicking on that property. Additional maps within this portal will provide detail on building setbacks and zoning for each property, land surveyor activity, encroachment permit activity, building permit activity, and right-of-way activity. Users can access more detailed information about a given property through the Resilient City Parcel Report search tool. Each parcel report provides planning and design considerations, property setback measurements, as well as documents the city has on file related to the parcel, and drone aerial imagery of each individual lot. With this tool, users can also track the status of a permit and where it is in the review process, or find information about a property's city utilities. Compiling this data all in one place, easily accessible to our rebuild community, is imperative, and is one of the ways we are working to expedite various steps of this journey.
So the steps we've taken to use technology with the permitting process and taking advantage of the potential for electronic plan review. People can walk in with a thumb drive. That was one of the first things that we landed on that became a real benefit that was immediately noticed, and it sped up the process.
We're actually taking plans in electronically, sending them all over the state to have people all over the state help us out to get those plans reviewed, back to us, back in your hands, so you can get your house rebuilt as quick as possible.
For me, what makes Santa Rosa home is a lot of different things, and I imagine that's the case for many of the residents here. There's some obvious, it's the weather, it's proximity to the coast, it's the beautiful hillsides that we have, but for me, it's the people, and it always has been. I remember early on in the process, we started assisting people in the fire rebuild through the local assistance center, and a lot of the people I talked to then, I talk to now, I never forget the faces, every single one. It's always about the people for me. That's my community, I want to see them come back.
We are here for you, and we want to get back into these homes, and we want to get back to our community that we had.
Okay, so that leads us into rebuild stats. So a lot of these charts were shown at the last update. So what we see now is a bit of a snippet of what's currently on the website. This always shows the total permit numbers. We are over 1,000 now. Approximately 1,070 is the current total. And what we're seeing on the right is the breakdown of what's being proposed. So this is really critical to the turnaround discussion. Initially, we thought many people would come back with the same footprint and simply do code upgrades. What we're finding is most people are making changes. It's about 84% of people are proposing some level of change, either major or minor. So from an application standpoint, this chart was shown at the last update. We have seen in August 162, that's down a bit from 186 in July, and then our hard point of 224 in May. This was shown as well. So this actually tracks the overall cumulative total of permits with the staff hours in the center. And what we've seen is the staff hours a little down. This is usually a week behind, so it likely doesn't include the counts from the last week in August. The big peak in staff hours in July was to deal with the backlog. And what we'll see in future slides is we've gotten through that and we've got the turnaround times on a pretty good track. So very early on, we tried to bucket the 3 different types, and we put them into 3 different categories at the time. We called it fast track, expedited, and prioritized, and that basically matches up with fast track being the same plan. So it's essentially the same footprint, no changes, only code upgrades. Expedited being minor changes, and at that point, we were really just looking at internal changes, and the footprint is generally in the same location. And major changes being the foundation is moving, adding a story, fairly drastic visual changes from the outside. So same plan, we were trying to achieve a 1-week turnaround time. For the expedited, we were charting 1 to 3 weeks, and for the major, we were charting 3 to 5 weeks. And the top end of that range was pretty much accounting for the high volume times. So what we've seen is that, and this is mainly due to the high peak in May, is we started charting average turnaround times in June and July. And what this is looking at is really the number of working days in the first review. So the first review is usually the most labor intensive. And what we can see is the first bar on the right, that is same plan, the middle is the minor change, and the right is the major change. So we're hovering in June on an average turnaround time of about 13 days for the first 2 categories, and then 20. What we had on that 20 is because there's a very small number, so sometimes one can really skew the average because that is not the most popular category. And then what we saw in July is they settled out, they were fairly similar, and there was a lot of effort put in June and July to deal with the backlog, and then that was, the results are shown in August, and we knocked those down considerably in August. What we can't show in this one, but is really affecting June and July, is the number of reviews permits actually went through. There were a significant number of permits that got to a 4th or 5th or some even a 6th review. So what we did to combat that is we really ensured completeness. We worked with the various developers and the architects on the issuance aspect. There were a lot of comments that we were writing that we just put on standard template lists that we could just staple to the back of plans. And what that actually resulted in is something fairly dramatic. So what we're seeing here is this is really just breaking down August. So we have a first review, so this is our most labor intensive, and as you can see, same plan, we're hovering about 10. There are 18 permits in that category in August. For minor review, that's 7 days, there's 95 permits, and then 8 days for major changes, and there's 36 permits. The applicant's response time on average is very similar, and then we hit a second review, and those numbers show over the counter. So there are some in that middle category that were not, they were done in than 3 days, there were no third, fourth, or fifth reviews. They all stopped at the 2nd in August. So we've set a really good trend. We're going to carry that through. We understand the staffing levels that are needed to do that. So I think we've had a huge success on dealing with the peak, and now we're on a pretty good track to hold those. So what this shows is actually an interesting point, and is what most of the property owners are concerned with, is they know when a permit is issued and they know when they can engage their contractor and that individual can start building. So that's the date it's applied for to the date it's issued. So that does cover the turnaround time from the applicant's design team. So what we're seeing is all 3 categories are pretty similar when all that's factored in. It's about 17 working days from the day the application hits the door to the day they can engage their contractor to build. And that actually summarizes the turnaround times, and it summarizes our updates. So at this point, we can open it up to any questions you may have.
Councilor, are there any questions? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just a request. I don't believe that PowerPoint is not in our packet as far as I know. Would we be able to get a copy of the PowerPoint? Or just some of the dates or some of the accomplishments are pretty important, and little timelines would be nice to have.
Absolutely. The PowerPoint is posted online. It's on the public portal under meetings and agendas.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
And I also made it available on your iPads.
Thanks.
Great. Any other questions? Councilmember Sweathelm.
Not a question, just a comment. Thank you so much for the work on the website, the first part of your presentation. I know how helpful this will be because it's that lack of information. Now you're giving up-to-date information. It was great when we started with the number of permits in the process, but now actually to see where they are in that process. And again, I think the city at times unfairly has received a lot of the brunt of those delays when actually it might be on the developer or on the builder side. So thank you for this information. I really think this is going to be a model for other communities who unfortunately are experiencing or about to experience just what we're going through. I think they'll be looking to Santa Rosa as a model for what information they can give to their community. So thank you so much for the work on this.
Councilmember Combs.
I want to say thank you also. Really nicely done, and very much appreciate the concept of adding the checklist so that you don't have to keep making the same comments over and over again. That's a really good idea. The website information is so helpful. Will that ever be available for the city as a whole? It seems to me that this is so useful here and intensively useful here, but would be useful for a broader interest group building in our city.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something that has come out of this is that what we've learned here, things we put in practice, we're trying them out, and then we're taking those and implementing them citywide. And I have to give credit to IT for partnering with us on that. I think they saw the vision, they jumped on it, and they built it in a way with that citywide, launching it citywide in mind so that we could extrapolate that. So we're excited to be able to launch this, put it citywide, and provide new tools for the public on all permitting activities.
So thank you, IT, also. Thanks very much.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to say thank you as well. You guys are really taking this department to a new level. I really think so, and thanks to Debbie, too, who I guess helped develop this, and for anybody in the planning department watching this meeting, thanks to them as well for actually, I mean, really just stepping up and clearly are working really, really hard and have embraced this change that's, you know, has been brought to the planning department. And it's a pleasure to be able to represent this city when you've got folks like that in that department doing yeoman's work to really help people out.
As a quick question, for the major changes with the average times being down, is that because those are some of the ones that we are sending around the state and getting assistance to?
What we've actually found with the major changes, a lot of the policy pieces that we put in place early on to really streamline that, to make it easier for our planning section to make divisions, has truncated that turnaround time. So what we found is that a lot of the efforts where they paid off the most is when people were dramatically shifting the design, because it created a clear policy determination. So what we're trying to do is, because we're seeing it across the board, is to really throw the resources and not discriminate between the 3 categories, because we think we can right now. We set ourselves up in a really good spot to do it. So they're not necessarily being pieced off category by category and then one category being sent out. That's more or less a response of potentially a backlog. So as they come in off-site, they can do all 3, mainly because there's clear policy direction on that front.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I know staff has worked really hard to get rid of any barriers that were in the way. Are we seeing any particular trends right now of what's holding people up or slowing people down that we should see before this council? I know that's a really broad question. But.
Yeah, I think what we saw early on was, to be honest, lack of engineering, geotech resources. That slowed plans getting to us. Those are coming to us now. I think what we're starting to see is labor materials. I had my first meeting today where I had a request from a contractor looking for a place to house workers. They're going to be pulling workers in from Colorado and Arizona to try to keep up with the number of homes that they're trying to build. They're even bringing in labor for other contractors that are short, framers and others. So they're trying to share the labor force between contractors at this point. That's where we're finding the biggest the hurdle at this point.
I know pretty early on we heard some estimates related to the increasing costs for labor and for materials. I think it was about 20% for labor and about 15% for materials. Do we have any kind of an update on what the market is actually looking like now that we have over 1,000 homes in process?
We don't have that number off the top of my head. We do have a monthly meeting with all the contractors, and we have a meeting this Thursday morning, so that's a question we'll bring up and see if they can give us a number on what they're seeing out there, both on labor and materials. It'd be good to know that.
Great, thank you so much.
I also do want to just add one more plug. I think the Rebuild Energy incentive that Sonoma Clean Power has put in place, they're starting to get a lot more interest in that. We're also starting to talk to some of the master plan developers that are doing a lot of homes, and there is interest in building some model homes and even building net zero alternatives for the master plan options that they're providing. So Sonoma Clean Power has been another great partner, and we've been meeting with them, talking to them, showing how it could be done. So that's something that hopefully we'll be able to roll out soon. But we still want to make sure that people know that that's out there. It's an option. If people are interested, they can contact us or Sonoma Clean Power, and we'll get them the information. Again, it's a great program, and we'd like to see it be taken advantage of.
Great, thank you so much. I have one card on this. Mr. DeWitt.
My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Some months back, I asked a few folks would somehow get information about the renters and the apartment rebuilds, and also the mobile home park people, folks from Journey's End. It's almost a month now since the fire, a year. In 1 month, it'll be 1 year since the fire. Could you please get information to share with the public as to how the renters are being treated? It's really important because I believe about half of the people affected by the fire were renters and not actual property owners. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you so much. Move on to City Manager and City Attorney reports.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do have one item. The Community Advisory Board will kick off its annual Community Open House series on Wednesday, September 12th at the Finley Community Center Auditorium from 6 to 7:30 p.m. These open house events are opportunities for Santa Rosa residents to visit with city staff, have questions answered, and learn more about the many projects, programs, and services offered by the City of Santa Rosa. Joining our city staff this year will be community partners from the Sonoma County of Resiliency and Recovery, California Hope Trauma Counselors, St. Joseph's Health of Sonoma County, and the Sonoma County Library. For a complete list of all open house dates and locations, please visit www.srcity.org/CAB open house for more information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do see that we have the Chair of the Community Advisory Board here today as well. Madam City Attorney.
I have nothing to report this afternoon.
Great. Councilor, are there any abstentions from the items today? Seeing none, we'll go on to mayors and council members' reports. Who wants to start?
Nothing.
Councilmember Olivares.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to remind everybody that we have started our Violence Prevention Awareness Month. It's gone to a month instead of a week as in the past, beginning tomorrow with a violence prevention seminar at the Finley Center. On the 14th, we have a night walk and ice cream social, I believe on the west side. On the 15th, a youth basketball tournament. The 19th, a parent awareness training. The 22nd, the annual South Park Day and Night Festival. And then finally on the 29th, the Roseland Unity Run. So I encourage you all to find some of these activities during the course of the month and get out there and be engaged and be more aware of the work that many, many are doing in our community to keep our youth safe.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm looking for support to revisit our CHAP ordinance. It's been in effect for, I think, close to 2 years now, and I was hoping that we could get an update on it. I think it's a really good foundational tool. A lot of work went into it, but it's not being utilized to the extent at which it can be in the community right now, especially at a time when I think we really need it. But just a revisiting of it, using the Resilient City Ordinance is a perfect example of good policy that became great policy because it's been revisited so many times. So if anybody would be willing to give a second, it'd be much appreciated.
I'll second that.
Great. That is a motion and a second, and it will come back before the council as a non-agenda item, looking to add it to the agenda. Councilmember Combs.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts and I also had an excellent Creek and Waterways meeting. And I did not bring all of the data. I thought you might be reporting out on that one for the Creek Week cleanups, but our folks do an amazing job cleaning up our creeks. We often get truckloads out of the creeks, and that's actually one of my favorite boards and commissions to be on because of how much cleanup we're doing. And of course, we've got the Prince Memorial Greenway cleanup that we've discussed happening on the 15th. I'm not sure if I should mention this now during report outs or if I should mention it at item 13.8. So I'm going to mention it now, and if the city attorney advises me that it should be discussed at 13.8, I will talk about it at 13.8. I attended a meeting with a number of residents who were concerned again about the alternative housing or alternative structures that are allowed under our CHAP program. And it came to my attention that we have received a directive from the state with regard to what alternative housing can look like that would allow some kinds of housing. This may be the way that tough sheds are being handled under the Oakland policies. It concerns me that we are in the process now of evicting a group of people from huts because they do not have the correct dimensions to meet the new state guidelines for what alternative housing can be. And my understanding also is that in order to implement this, we need to be clearer in our declaration of emergency. It was not clear to me if we needed to be clearer in our declaration of housing emergency or if we needed to be clearer in our declaration of homeless emergency. We have both of these, and it wasn't clear to me which one was the one we needed to be clearer in to meet the state guidelines. So I'm not sure if this is part of the CHAP conversation we just started to enter in, if this is part of 13.8's declaration of homeless emergency, or if this is something that we discuss now, that I would ask to agendize now. And I apologize that it's just unclear to me which of these three things that is.
I would say that it would be appropriate for you to agendize it or ask that it be included in the update on CHAP would be another alternative to combine those, but those could also be two separate agenda items as the earlier one would be the CHAP and the second would be to re-examine our two declarations.
Okay.
What is on the agenda for today is simply a continuation of the homeless emergency, and it would not be appropriate to delve into that to consider any modifications to that declaration at this point.
Okay. I had at the time that we moved that item some time ago, before fires, thought that it gave us flexibility that it may not be giving us based on the new documents that have come down from the state. So I would like to ask that the conversation about the alternative housing be included in the CHAP motion, if you don't mind having that included in that discussion. And I'd also like for the discussion of how we might need to amend the alternate housing provisions of our CHAP program, how we might amend the provisions of the emergency ordinances to come forward, if I can get a second on that.
Is there a second for that motion?
I didn't know I had to make a motion, so I was didn't prep the somebody for the second.
I've heard of this ordinance from the League of, not the League of California Cities, I think it was the Association of California Counties, CSAC, or whatever the acronym is. I'm fine with that.
Okay,
yes.
So I'm asking for both of those. My concern is that we have people who have eviction notices on huts today, and yet we don't fully understand ourselves, even within our own permitting department, our own code enforcement department, what's required to be provided as alternative housing. At what point do we as a council have the ability to say, can we postpone enforcement on people who are in units that were built in good faith but now may not meet a new state requirement? We can't do that today, but in code enforcement can go forward today without our approval or disapproval. We can't make any statement one way or the other. So what do we do in order to have people not be put on the street? I appreciate it's not the right housing, but no housing is worse.
It is, again, not agendized for this evening, and so it would have to be placed on the agenda. And indeed, my understanding is the huts that are out there currently do not meet current building standards, health and safety standards, and that is my understanding. That is why code enforcement is moving forward on those units.
My understanding, I appreciate that this is an extended conversation that we need to have agendized.
Yes.
But at what point it's not clear that they're going through the same processes that the host program has gone through, where they meet with people and get them into shelters. That was not made clear during the conversation that I had with the department doing the enforcement.
I would suggest that we have this conversation offline, and again, it can be agendized with the update on the CHAP as well.
Okay. I just I'm willing to have it agendized with the CHAP, but I am very concerned that we have people being put on the street with no way for us to say, please don't do that until we can get this conversation.
Yes, and I hear that concern.
Thank you for hearing that concern. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience with this.
If I could add my voice to that as well, perhaps in the interim, if the city attorney could also review both the guidelines that came down from CSAC or League of Cities, whatever is being referenced, but also our previous policies that this council has passed related towards the trying to move people into services before we take any type of action to clear out encampments.
Yes.
See if there's some wiggle room in there. And if you could give guidance in the meantime to code enforcement while we bring that discussion back to the council, that'd be appreciated.
I'm happy to look at all those materials and report back to council.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. Go ahead, Council Member Sweathelm.
I, along with the mayor and vice mayor and some city staff, toured some different locations in the city of San Diego from both the city perspective, county perspective, and 211 regarding their Office of Emergency Services. My hope is, and I know the city manager's not here, though, we'll reconvene probably with our subcommittee. My list is long in looking at ways that San Diego's doing and what can we implement here in Sonoma County and Santa Rosa. But I think it was a very helpful trip, and really appreciated the time and effort that went into planning the trip, and also the time and effort that the folks in San Diego put into actually making it very useful for our time, but well worth our time.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I will just echo those sentiments. That was definitely one of the most eye-opening trips that I think I've taken as a council member. San Diego Gas and Electric has 177 weather stations throughout their county that run 10 million simulations per day on what could happen if a fire breaks out at any place in the county, taking into account shifts in weather, including shifts in wind direction, and are actually able to model what will happen in the event of a fire. It's pretty incredible, and I hope we can bring some of that technology back to Sonoma County, and at least we have a better understanding of what's possible and how to implement it. So hopefully take a look as we roll that out in the next couple of months. I'll also mention with Mayors and Council Members Association, many of us were up in Sacramento last week dealing with the end of session craziness. It is not just the end of 1 year's session, but the end of a seated body in the Capitol. With the new election in November, a lot of bills that were in process over the last 2 years were completed or failed. And I'd actually like to ask staff, one of the most watched bills was SB 901. That is the bill that is directly related to liability around the 2017 fires. It'd be really helpful, I think, for us and for the public if we utilized our fire recovery and rebuild update to get an informational item specifically about what came out of that bill, how that will impact our community, and sort of what the next steps coming are. I don't know if you need a motion for that, but if so, I'm happy to make a motion.
We do not need a motion for that.
Great. With that, we will move on to item 11.2.1. This is the City Council considering the appointment of both the joint city and county representative and the city's representative to the Sonoma County Library Commission for a 4-year term. Ms. City Attorney, would you like to walk us through sort of the process? And I believe that there are a couple of questions from the council related to this one as well.
Yes, we're going to...
Oh, I apologize. Was there a card? Agenda item. So Thomas, it looks like you're actually talking on something that is not on the agenda. Can we hold this for your public comment on items not related to the agenda? The council member is making a motion that we'll discuss next week, so it's not on the agenda yet, but if you'd like, I'll hold your card and have you talk during public comment. So, Madam City Attorney.
Yes, we'll take the two positions, library positions, separately. The first vote will be on the joint appointment, and we have, as I understand it, just one applicant for that position. On the second, which is the city's own appointment, there are 3 applicants, and we would recommend that you follow your traditional process for other committee appointments and do a, you have 3 applicants for 1 position, so we'll do a process of elimination so that you'll identify your top 2 candidates, and then out of those top 2, you'll do a final vote, and to earn a seat on the commission, the applicant will need to obtain 4 votes from the council.
Great. There were 2 specific questions related to this item. The first was sort of a logistics question coming over on the joint appointee recommendation from the county. Does the individual have to reside in the city of Santa Rosa in order to be considered for the joint position?
No, they do not.
Okay. And if the council chooses not to accept the recommendation from the Board of Supervisors, are we able to make our own recommendation, or can we only reject theirs and have them send us another nominee?
My understanding is you do not have another applicant that's before you, so without having an alternative, the only thing you could do would either to accept or decline that applicant and request another proposal from my understanding is the proposal is to come from the chair of the board and the mayor as a joint recommendation.
Okay, and we have no idea how many applicants they considered. They only sent us the one. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, Councilor, are there any other questions? Yeah.
So during the interview phase, I asked, and each of the applicants to our position indicated that there were, that they had applied for both. So in fact, we interviewed 4 people who had applied for both positions. My understanding, though, is that the county has not given us any alternatives. That puts us in a rather awkward position, I think, because we're unable to determine, for example, what additional persons had applied, and it doesn't feel like it's a joint decision when it happens that they send us one person to choose among.
Yes, and I do understand, although the policy states that, again, the chair of the Board of Supervisors and the mayor of the City Council will make a joint recommendation to both bodies, that is, my understanding is that's not how it progressed in this instance. So you would have the option to, again, either accept the applicant that was recommended by the county, or you could decline the applicant with no further comment, or you could ask that, not that you're declining this applicant, but that you would ask that we go back and do that process again with a more collaborative process between the two, the chair and the mayor.
We could postpone one of these decisions until the collaborative process was able to go forward.
Yes.
And I would ask my fellow council members, with no, I have no problems with any of the applicants that I have met today going forward in that joint position, but I would like for the process to be a more improved and joint process. So I do not want to reject the applicant they have suggested. I'm wondering if my colleagues would agree to go forward with the idea that we ask for the joint process to be completed.
Yes, and I would clarify, then you'd be asking that that the process be reinstituted without prejudice to the current applicant.
Thank you.
So
I wanted to say without prejudice.
Right. The current applicant would be most welcome to participate in that process.
Great. So I'm hearing a motion from Councilmember Combs. Is there a second for the motion, first and foremost?
I'd second that.
All right. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Sweathelm.
For our city attorney, do we know, was the mayor involved in this decision at all?
I do not know myself.
Okay, thank you.
The assistant city manager, deputy city manager is clarifying that no, the mayor was not included in that process.
So, and this is specific to the joint city-county representative. We will still be taking up the secondary item, is my understanding, under the motion for the city-only representative after this. So, Councilor, are there any other questions or comments? Councilmember Tibbetts.
So if this is the action that, assuming this is the action that we end up taking, then it makes sense to me that we just defer the process until the mayor has met with the board chair, given the applicants and where they applied.
Are you speaking in its entirety, both the joint and the city-specific?
I'm willing to accept that as a friendly amendment. It would certainly be interesting if we chose someone as the city representative and then they chose that person to come forward as the joint rep. So let's give that opportunity a chance to happen. Thank you.
Do we know, is there any time frame, any issues if we delay this decision? Because I get, where I'm struggling is we conducted interviews today, the people took their time out, and we have the information for the city representative. The scenario you just described, that'd be disappointing if someone were to do something that we already just appointed to, but Do you know that?
I'm not aware of any time frame, and I'm looking over to the city clerk who is shaking her head.
Yes.
If
Yeah, I'm not aware of the time frame either.
there will be no unintended consequences by delaying this.
I do not know that.
When is the next commission meeting?
It'll take me a minute to look that up for you.
Okay.
So the motion that's been seconded is to postpone our vote on item 11.2.1 until the mayor has had a chance to meet with the chair of the Board of Supervisors and actually discuss this process. Is that correct?
I think we don't have the second having accepted the amendment yet.
Okay.
My only concern, again, from the city representative person we just conducted the interviews, if there are no unintended consequences, if it's fairly soon, if we'll be able to do this expeditiously so it doesn't impact the Library Commission, I'd be fine in accepting that friendly amendment.
Great.
Our next scheduled meeting is September 8th.
Which day?
At September 8th, Monday, at 6:30 to 9 p.m.
September 8th is a Saturday.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what they have posted on their, let me dig a little bit more here.
Are there any applicants in the audience who know the date of the next
Oh, they have a special meeting September 14th, and then their next regular scheduled meeting is September 17th.
Councilmember Schwedhelm, will you second the item?
If I ask one more question, can we get this re-agendized to our next council meeting?
It could be re-agendized. Next regular council meeting is the September 25th. So that would be the soonest, unless you scheduled a special meeting.
We couldn't do it on the 7th, that special meeting?
That special meeting is addressing water issues. It's a little awkward to include something quite that different.
Yeah.
Well, and I also believe that meeting, so he wouldn't have an opportunity to sit down with the chair.
No, I'll accept the friendly amendment. I don't want to make a decision with lacking information.
Okay. Councilmember Sawyer.
Just for clarification, Councilmember Combs, it is your recollection that each of these applicants did indeed ask for both or apply for both? Because it would be unfortunate if we were delaying it and then they weren't interested in being a...
I asked all three of the ones specific to us, and they each stated, and I made notes, that they did apply for the joint.
Excellent. Just want to confirm that.
Okay. Do we have any cards on this item, Ms. Gomez?
I do not.
Okay. Council, your votes. The motion is to push this off to the next council meeting once the mayor has a chance to meet with the chair of the Board of Supervisors. That passes with 6 ayes.
And we will work with the mayor to schedule, to find the soonest that we can bring it back to council. I understand that we may have 2 special meetings coming up, and we can look at those to see whether either of those meetings might be appropriate to bring this back.
Great, thank you. All right, item 11.3.1, request for a future agenda item. Councilmember Combs, I believe this is yours.
Thank you very much. This is a request that we discuss at a future soon council meeting, the non-discrimination housing ordinance that we have funded through the budget hearing process. A recent court decision allows us to move forward with this item. There had been some questions regarding, for example, Santa Monica's ordinance had been questioned in court, and a recent court decision now frees us to move forward with the non-discrimination about voucher users. And you may have been aware of a recent Press Democrat article by Kevin Fixler in which he discusses the problems that some people in our county are having with the use of vouchers, the fact that we have ads that indicate that no voucher users are accepted, the fact that we have veterans who have vouchers who cannot find housing because their earned veteran voucher is not being accepted. And I bring to your attention that you did receive an email today from Matthew Jensen, who is a veteran, 3 tours of duty, U.S. Marine Corps and U.S. Army, and the SRGC Veteran Student Advisor, indicating that he found the program. I think as he says it, this program is not just about housing, but it also makes veterans successful in society. It gives them a hand up with finances, socialization, and wellness. He says it is a life-changing program that helps the men and women who serve this great country and city have a chance of wellness and hope. And last but not least, how can we discriminate against the men and women who signed the dotted line to protect our freedoms we enjoy today? So he's requesting that we move forward the agenda item for discussion of the ordinance for non-discrimination against veterans and other voucher holders.
All right, Council, are there any questions? All right, I have a few cards on this. Davin Cardenas.
Hello, Council. Davin Cardenas, North Bay Organizing Project. We wanted to speak in support of moving this conversation forward. We've been working with many tenants, many HUD recipients who would be directly affected, are being directly affected by this policy or lack of protections. And so we think it should be a slam dunk, should be a pretty simple policy to move forward, we believe, especially looking at what San Diego recently did. I was in the home of another veteran yesterday, Vietnam veteran who's working with legal aid, being evicted because he has no protections, trying to figure out what his next step is gonna be. If this is one small piece of the puzzle, in terms of talking about recovery and talking about housing and tenant protections, and we really support this moving forward today in the actual policy in the very near future. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. Right here.
And he'll be followed by Shelley Clark.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'm also a United States Army veteran, and I think it's really important that you do have a policy for non-discrimination. The program that's known as HUD-VASH, Housing Urban Development Veterans Affairs vouchers, these Section 8 vouchers are very valuable to the people that receive them, and they're not getting the fair shake, if you will, to get into spots. I think that one of the dilemmas is there hasn't been a real strong effort on the part of both city and county staff at housing authorities and housing departments to push and say, help get these veterans into a place to live as soon as possible. As a matter of fact, there's an approach that's being taken called project-based vouchers, in which developers are looking to get those vouchers so they can build something. And that takes longer than just housing somebody as soon as possible. If you folks would agendize this item and let people speak about it, we could show how important it is to get people a place to stay now in this cold weather instead of years down the road. No discrimination against voucher holders. Very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Folks, we've got a long agenda. If you'd please abide by the custom. Thank you. Shelley Clark.
Hello, I'm Shelley Clark. I'm the housing policy attorney at Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I've interacted with several of you, so it's nice to see you. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to let you know of Legal Aid's strong support for a source of income discrimination ordinance for Santa Rosa residents. There are 2,000 participating families in the voucher program. There are two main types of vouchers. So there's Section 8 vouchers. It's really vulnerable members of our community, seniors, people with disabilities, low-income people, and then there are also the vouchers that Julie mentioned that are specifically for veterans called VASH. And so right now there are no protections for voucher holders, and so a landlord can actually say, I'm evicting you because you have a housing choice voucher. So that's a big problem. As you know, this type of ordinance would prevent landlords from discriminating against housing choice voucher holders in that way. It's already extremely hard to find housing for a housing choice voucher, and so this would help prevent people from being denied housing simply because they have a voucher, and it would help keep people in place in their homes. Jurisdictions across the state have adopted this type of ordinance. Just to name a few, there's San Francisco, Santa Monica, where I live in Fairfax and Marin, and then also the county of Marin. So that ordinance serves unincorporated areas of Marin. At Legal Aid, we have numerous clients that have been evicted for this reason. We see ongoing discrimination against housing choice voucher holders, especially Section 8 recipients, and especially since the fires. This type of ordinance would offer protection and stability to housing choice voucher holders. It also fits in your overall goals of preserving affordable housing and helping to stabilize our community. So, I ask that you guys move forward with this, at least have the conversation, let people talk about it, think about it. And I hope that we can be a resource for you. I sent most of you an email today. You have my contact information. So please feel free to reach out. Again, my title is Housing Policy Attorney at Legal Aid of Sonoma County. And anything that I can help you, I know you have very capable staff, but if we can be a resource in any way. And again, I ask that this move forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to bring it back to the council. Councilor, are there any other questions? Oh, I apologize. I don't have your card in front of me. Go ahead.
Just 10 seconds. I would just like to rise and say that Homeless Action also supports this item. Thank you.
Great. Go ahead, Mr. Ells.
Thank you. I just wanted to be in support of this as well. It didn't say vouchers in the agenda, and it's very important, and I hope to come back to the council with a proposal on something that could be interim, and we'll explain that later, but it's very important. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Councilor, are there any additional questions or discussion? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have concerns about I would like to hear the full story as to the positives, the negatives, the unexpected consequences of forcing our landlords to enter into a federal program. We've heard today the positives, and I think that the only way to get a full airing and to hear both sides of this discussion would be to put it on the agenda. Because there will be unexpected consequences in moving forward with the possibility of moving forward with an ordinance like this, and I think we need to hear it. So I'll be voting in support of moving forward with an agenda item so that we can get the whole story from both sides.
Right? Anyone else? All right, Council, your votes. And that passes with 6 ayes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to approval of minutes. Council, were there any amendments to the June 5th, 2018 minutes? We will show those as adopted. Ms. Hurtado.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Consent items 13.1, motion, approval of design build procurement for Courthouse Square bollards. Item 13.2, motion and resolution, contract award, City of Santa Rosa parking garage number 9 for 2017 repairs. Item 13.3, resolution, amendment to the city classification and salary plan, creating classification title of Principal Human Resources Analyst and and reclassification of 2 vacant human resources analyst positions to the principal human resource analyst. Item 13.4, resolution, approval of funding agreement and supplement to funding agreement with Metropolitan Transportation Commission, Downtown Station Area Specific Plan update. Item 13.5, resolution, Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. Item 13.6, resolution, approval of Second Amendment to Professional Services Agreement with Robert Hunter Aronson. Item 13.7, resolution, authorization for the City of Santa Rosa to join the California Public Finance Authority Joint Exercise of Powers Agreement. Item 13.8, resolution, extension of proclamation of local homeless emergency. Item 13.9, resolution, extension of proclamation of existence of local emergency due to fires.
Thank you, and I apologize, Council, we actually need to step back for a quick second and take a revote on item 11.3.1, the agenda item for a future agenda. So if you would please submit your votes again. Yeah, this is put it on the agenda.
Just a second.
Maybe we need to revote.
Maybe have to sit recess.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess, we'll come back.
they ever disappear on my desk.
I'm going to go ahead and bring us back. And I will explain what's been going on. As we took a recess, it was realized that actually 3 council members are in conflict with the previous vote. The requested agenda item requesting a non-discrimination housing ordinance. Therefore, we actually, with 3 members conflicted out and only 6 members, we would not be able to hit the 4-vote threshold that we would need to move that agenda item forward. So what we will do is we will continue that item to the September 25th meeting when Mayor Corsi returns, and we have at least 4 members who are eligible to vote for that if they so choose. So with that, we will move back to consent.
And excuse me, I appreciate there's some difficulty here. Can we, there has been some discussion about whether the vouchers are used for room rentals or not.
I will look into, I'm going to look into the scope of the voucher program and whether it applies to those that are renting only a room and not a full unit. At this point, I don't see a distinction, but I am going to look into that and confirm that, and we'll have to revisit the motion itself.
Thank you.
And I apologize, we'll bring that back as quickly as we can.
So not date specific?
So September 25th is our goal date, but we will say the next council meeting that is available for Mayor Corsi's return.
Well, everybody has to be present.
Oh, he is not there on that one. Okay, we'll say the next meeting that the mayor is here for.
We'll work with the mayor to schedule that.
Great, thank you.
As soon as we can.
Going back to consent, Council, are there any items that you'd like to pull off of the consent calendar today? Councilmember Combs.
This seems to be my busy day. I would like to pull item 13.2 to have a conversation around that item. Thank you. And okay. I'm not pulling 13.8 on the understanding that that will come to us for modifications at some point in the future.
Okay, and Council, do you have any questions for staff on items 13.1, 13.3 through 13.9? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I do have a question on 13.1, the bollards. There is a plan in place, or at least a proposal to have a water feature in Courthouse Square. Has that been considered in the placement of the bollards? And if so, how does that play into this conversation?
I'll ask Steve Dittmer, our engineer, supervising engineer on the project, to come forward and answer those questions.
Thank you. Given the proposed placement of that water feature?
So tonight, in accordance with City Code, we're just asking for approval from the council to move forward with a design build process. And we haven't done anything as far as layout yet. Okay. So we're not to that level of detail, but obviously that would have to be taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sweathelm.
While you're here, I saw in the staff report it said sufficient funds have been allocated in the CIP. Can you give a better parameter? What are sufficient funds for this type of?
Most of them are in the Courthouse Square account. There was the release of encumbrance after the construction contract. We might have to move a little bit of money from some other accounts if that doesn't turn out to be enough.
I mean, do you have a ballpark figure how much the bollards cost? There's a picture of one I know in the staff report. What does that go for?
The installation of them including everything, we're estimating to be in the neighborhood of $600,000.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, council? No, not for him. All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you. So as part of this process, I mean, are you going to study the efficacy of these bollards? The stated intent in the staff report is to guard the public against some sort of a malevolent act with an automobile. And I understand that, and that's important. But at the same time, you do look at this price tag and you think about, okay, are there other points of ingress? Are we covering everything? I mean,
so this wouldn't be necessarily a comprehensive solution to all the events in in the downtown area. This would the design of this would be to take the most obvious path, and that would be a high-speed vehicle coming up Mendocino or down Mendocino or up Santa Rosa Avenue.
Just for the sake of comparison, you said that this is a fund specific to Old Courthouse Square. Are there other stated priorities, things that require funding on Courthouse Square? I think that's an important thing to understand before we...
Well, there was the aforementioned water feature, which we're looking for funds through that, through fundraising and all. And then ultimately there is as part of the plan, there's a public art piece on the north end of the square.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. I think it's probably important that, we are on the side of caution when it's potentially somebody's life and it's coming from a dedicated account, but thank you for filling me in.
So, Councilmember Schwedhelm, do you have another question?
Not on this item, but on 13.5. Not sure who I'd be addressing this to, but my question is the $200,000 contingency, and there's one sentence in the staff report. Staff indicates that the city will be required to purchase additional software such as Azure, and there's absolutely no information about what Azure is, and I haven't seen it. We're doing a contingency in case we might need that.
So the $200,000 contingency, Christy Bartlett, IT Operations Manager, the $200,000 contingency will be for any additional software, and we're looking at cloud services, and that's what Azure is. So to do our backups into the cloud, that would be part of this cost.
I guess where I'm struggling is the $200,000 contingency. Does that mean it may not occur?
We don't know what the full cost will be per year. We're estimating $20,000 for that back up to the cloud for everything that we have. We're not doing it currently. We just got into the cloud. So this will be additional to that. We just don't have the exact cost yet.
Okay, it would be helpful. I would have loved to get a little bit more information because I did some Googling to see what this Azure is, because $200,000, given our budgetary times now, is this a cost that we can afford to forward right now?
Yes.
I'm trying to put it in the context of all the other.
So we are, this is another side thing, but we are redoing our SAN solution, and we have currently 2 SANs, one at City Hall Annex and one across town. We are eliminating one of those SANs, and this will come back in a few weeks to purchase that, but in part we want to then back up, instead of across town, up into the cloud, and so we're estimating that cost to be about $20,000 a year.
So it's part of a bigger strategy.
It is. Yes, it is. Yeah, and we do have the funding for that. We'll take it from one place to another.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Sorry, I have a question on 2 different items. Do I just pull them up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I have a question on 13.6, the auditor with Mr. Aronson. And I was curious what the reasoning was for the $31,000 increase, and I didn't see anything that kind of justified the increase.
Councilman Tibbetts, this takes the contract to the end of the year, calendar year. So we've had previous discussions about not extending this in the next fiscal year. So this just allows for his current work to be finished out this calendar year.
Okay, thank you.
And I really fast, I had a similar question. on that item, it says that his report is due to the council at the beginning of November. So if we're paying him through the end of the year, what is he doing the rest of November and December?
I'm not sure if someone from police here, part of his work is also providing some training, a review of our processes and procedures, and also providing training, so I'm assuming he will continue doing that work until his contract is ended. Sorry.
Great, go ahead, Councilmember.
Oh, well, I think, do you want to add anything, Captain?
Good afternoon. Ray Navarro, Captain with Santa Rosa Police Department. Mr. Arison is going to be, he's completing several reports and working with our professional standards team to develop and continue on through the rest of the year. So he's going to continue to work with our sergeant, who is continuing to develop some of our standards and working through different reports right now.
Okay, thanks. And then, Mr. Vice Mayor, if I could bring up the next.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question on 13.2 about the parking garage.
We've pulled that.
Oh, it's pulled. My apologies.
Any other questions, Council? Great. We'll go to public comment. I will take public comment on all of the items, including 13.2 at this time. So we'll start with Ann Seeley. You don't need to speak? Russell Becker, followed by Anita LaFollette.
I come in front of the community today. I've been homeless for about 5-6 years now, and I'm a burn victim and I'm disabled, and I want to say about all these houses that are vacant and everything else, why can't the community go in and, you know, put up more homeless shelters or whatever they need to accommodate, you know, the disabled that are, you know, disabled on being homeless. Because being homeless, you're more liable to become a victim, you know, on the streets, you know, especially if you have a mental disability or physical disability like I do, which prevents me from doing certain things. Not only that, it prevents me from pursuing what I do to advance myself, like working, you know, volunteering at places that I do, giving back to the community. I try to, you know, accommodate and help other people through crisis situations, you know, but it's just, nobody deserves to be out there, especially if they suffer from a mental disability or physical disability. But I would just ask the community to, you know, consider about these vacant buildings that they're going to tear down and rebuild on new ones, and, you know, think about, you know, building up homeless shelters and, you know, and try to, you know, accommodate this state of emergency of being homeless in California. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Anita LaFollette, followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
Good afternoon. I have a few things to say, and then I'm giving my time to John.
I wanted to let you know that the CHAP could apply to the huts that Julie has mentioned and to the RVs, and we need to make those applications. And also, the emergency proclamation is in support of code changes. So the question about changing the codes for the huts doesn't apply since we have the emergency proclamation, unless it's my misunderstanding here. And also I wanted to let you know that Scott has a slideshow about the work that he's done up at Washington and Portland, showing a lot of the new hut ideas and other things, so we'll open up our eyes to some new ideas. And that's being shown at the HCHC on 9/24. Here's John.
Yeah, my name's John A. Vincent. I've had chronic fatigue syndrome for 45 years. I had too many homeless people in my house and they got into dealing drugs, and on March 3rd, the judge ruled that I could not go back to my house. So I've been living in my van, and I'm pretty much okay. It's a big van. But I mind my own business. I don't leave a mess. I'm not loud. Nobody's ever complained about anything I've ever done, being wherever I've been at in my van. But still, I've been told to leave different places around. One cop, I forget his name, he's well known to us. And what I want is just simply a place to be, and to be, you know, basically left alone. Well, I want to mention that when I lost my house, Fair Housing told me that I could put the people out of my house. But an officer of the JC Police told me that I'd be violating the law and subject to arrest. So that was, you know, unfair. I wanted to appeal it, but with chronic fatigue syndrome, you just fall short on, you know, all kinds of stuff. You just don't make it. So anyway, there've got to be property, places, accommodations that could be made for people like me that present no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita and John. Dwayne DeWitt, followed by Brianna Paca.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'd like to request to be able to speak on 13.2 after I hear the comments from the council members. That's the fair way to deal with that. But just in case, I'd like to say, deconstruct the garage and put housing there instead. 13.4, you have this idea of getting $800,000 from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission to do planning, and it's a 10-year time window. Land use for housing is a very important component of the downtown specific plan. I would ask that you folks also reach out to the University of California at Berkeley, where they have a School of City Planning, Architecture, and ask them to have graduate studios done at this time, looking into how the community could have authentic community engagement to talk about what they'd really like to have for housing in the downtown area, and have that be made available to this consultant. Otherwise, if the question's not asked, it won't be addressed. On the next level, 13.7, this Joint Powers Authority agreement. I'd like to see you do one with the city of Eureka and try to get yourself a public bank and do your own bond financing and help the taxpayers rather than setting it up so that a lot of money will go to Wall Street brokers. That's not necessarily as helpful. On the resolution to extend the homeless emergency, please do that. And also, in that homeless emergency, make an allowance, have a waiver to allow alternative housing, such as the huts that are already in use, so that they won't be lost. And then we get down to the last one, 13.9, the fires. It's been almost a year, a month from now. The fire started in October. So right now it's kind of cold in the evening. Right now it seems like it won't happen again. But over where I live, in Roseland, we've gone out of our way to preserve a nice oak woodland along Roseland Creek. Right now, the grass and the underbrush is really dry. It's almost like tinder for a fire. And we've got people coming in there smoking. People that basically look at it like, well, hey, there's no sign up, even though it may be a park, so we get to do what we want. So I'd ask you to, when you say we understand we have a fire emergency, please make sure and practice fire safety year-round on city-owned lands and get some signs up out there on Burbank Avenue that say no smoking allowed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dwayne. Brianna Paca, followed by Candace Eliza.
Hey, you said my name right. On the homeless emergency, it feels like nothing's really been done since you passed that. So if we could, just like Ms. Combs said, it's fine that she's out of the room because I don't really need to speak with her. She's got her head on straight, and she's looking for the ways that we can actually get people into the most basic housing that you guys can accept. So to the three of you, not Mr. Tibbetts, but the rest of you, if you could just figure out what the minimum is that you need and let the people, there's plenty of people in the community and businesses, and there's plenty of opportunities to just let people fix this problem. And it seems like you're stopping people from fixing the problem, and it's really sad. We need housing for disabled people, elderly people, women who end up on the streets, and yeah, anyway. And foster kids and people who suffer from seizures, it's really, 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 really sad. People call Verity and call whomever, and there's no housing options for them to even put the most severe cases. People who are gonna have seizures get punched in the face and have all of their stuff stolen from them that night. That happened a few days ago to somebody I know. Yeah. So I'll yield the rest of my time to whoever. I don't know. Rain?
Thank you, Brianna.
Yeah, just stop.
Candace
Stop.
Eliza, followed by John Solo.
My name is Candace Eliza. I think that there's a housing emergency even before the fire. And there's still always will be a housing emergency as long as one American is sleeping on the streets or in their car. My ancestor, William Brewster, came over in the Mayflower. My father was appointed by Governor Brown's father. He was co-author of CEQA law. I've been homeless going about 25 years. Put myself through college, I have a 6-year college education. And I think huts are not even the question. We're under equal protection of the law, which is the U.S. constitutional law. We were all regular people like everyone else before we became homeless, and we're not substandard citizens. We've got talents. We're playwrights and artists and authors and brothers and sisters and uncles, and almost every family around has someone in their family that's homeless. And can you imagine? I just turned 72 and I can't even lay down and my legs are swollen, but that's just my case, and I didn't want to talk about my case. There's so many, my heart's been with the indigenous people, with the people that lived on this land before we even came, before my ancestor even came. And they have the most substandard available for food, housing, and shelter. Education. But real quickly, I come over from Napa, and there's no Napans left. Napa is, and I've been traveling all over the state of California, and I don't know if you realize or not, but our state's being taken over by the world. There's a lot of people from China, a lot of people from France, a lot of people from Mexico, a lot of people from Russia, and if I go put my name on a housing list in Napa, they say, sorry, there's 900 people on the list, and I was on the housing list for 8 years. But nonetheless, I will sleep in my truck. I'm grateful to have a truck tonight. But you know what? When the Presidio became available, I thought, good, they're going to put all the homeless people and we're going to end this homelessness. I've lived through 2 federal laws that are called end of homelessness, a 10-year and another 10-year. That's 20 years of end homelessness funds that have come in to our legislatures. And very quickly before I end, I know the time is valuable here. When I moved to Napa from Sebastopol, because I couldn't find a place to live that I could afford, I would like to mention the electricity really quick. I believe—
Candace, I need you to please wrap up.
Yes, well, I believe that the fires are from having too many electric substations and too much heat.
Thank you, Candace.
Not the tree branches.
John Solo, followed by Victoria Yanez.
Well, my name's John Solo. I'm homeless, and apparently I'm a criminal. I've been told by 4 of Santa Rosa Spinus that all homeless are meth addicts and thieves, you know, and that's not true. Granted, there are quite a few that are homeless and that they are thieves and drug addicts. But, you know, to be classified in that, you know, to be stereotyped is just not right, you know. And I feel that we're probably going to end up being the next Japanese, and we're going to be put in internment camps because, you know, we're substandard citizens, the useless eaters, you know. And I just feel that that's wrong. And I know that there's trillions of dollars being spent on things like housing anthrax and other biohazardous materials, and not enough on the homeless. Let's bring some of that money back here to the U.S. and not fight wars that are based on lies, you know, weapons of mass destruction. We're the ones with the weapons of mass destruction. They didn't find anything over there, did they? So I guess that's all I got to say.
Thank you, John. Victoria Yanez, followed by John Vincent.
Victoria Yanez from Homeless Action. I really don't know what to say anymore because you're about to pass the emergency housing resolution, and I haven't seen anything come out of that. I would like to know for the council members that are always voting against homeless issues, the 4 that were pointed out earlier, the former police officers and everybody. What is your vision of a solution to the problem? All we know is what you don't want. And what don't you want? You don't want anything that exists. Banishment is not legal. You cannot banish the poor out of your community. These are Santa Rosans. I try to tell them you're not homeless. The earth is your home. Santa Rosa is your home. And don't let anybody tell you it isn't. My father picked grapes here. We need a few council members to stand up as champions, to bring their communities to some understanding. Sure, let's spend another $600,000 at Courthouse Square where there's no bathrooms. Let's spend another, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands to redo the yard. Let's redo the yard out here again, or somewhere else that we know we need it. Homeless are really the bottom priority. And the only reason you're probably going to get hip now is because you know there's money coming down the line. And I don't know how you're going to use it if you can't figure out any solutions. People need to bend over a little bit. Be flexible. We need safe parking. Safe parking should be the least threatening to you. Can you not rent a parking lot like they do in San Diego? They rent big parking lots, or agencies do. Can you encourage them to do that? People only want to sleep somewhere in their car without being bothered by the police at night. What happened to the safe parking programs that were going on here for a while? They were very successful. They had a bathroom. I participated in that program for a while, and then when I got discontinued, they didn't give me a notice, they just called the police. That's Catholic Charities' version of due process.
Thank you, Victoria. John Vincent, followed by Scott Wagner. Thank you, John. Scott Wagner, followed by Merlin.
Council members, good to be here again. I just wanted to refer to 13.8 and just by inference 13.9, the request to extend the emergency proclamation. And as Council Member Combs said, I'm sure that you have some work to do to align new suggestions that are coming in on that, and I didn't want to talk about that. I just wanted to mention the history a little bit of this. When Mayor Sawyer was having these conversations in public about initially doing the emergency proclamation, he was reticent to do so because he was concerned that we were setting ourselves up for failure. And I don't know if you remember that conversation. And Tom Schwedhelm came across with a more ardent or idealistic statement that we need to open up these capabilities and we need to try and take a step forward. And I think that both of those things are true in retrospect, that they don't really conflict anymore. We did set ourselves up for disappointment because we apparently weren't ready to really do the kind of aggressive policy changes that we needed to rid ourselves of the bane of this encampment policy that we currently have. And so I guess what I'm asking for as you deliberate the new emergency proclamation is that you do more than just as what is required to acquire the so-called HEAP funding from the state. But in addition, that we think through mechanically what it is that we're going to do when we issue this emergency proclamation so that we can end this horrendous nightmare that is out there on Apollo and in the follow-on to that and on the Joe Rodata Trail every night, that my friends are given a place to lay their head legally. Now, we are converging legalistically toward this solution. We will all be forced to do this. Our children will look back on this time and rue the policies that we have today. The future is legal homes for people, and that by definition means that public land must be made available in some way, shape, or form. And so I hope that this time that Councilman Sawyer's critique last time is not applicable, that we actually do it conscientiously and with a mind towards what that emergency proclamation will buy us in the way of housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Merlin, and he'll be followed by Thomas Els.
It is gutless to extend the contract of police oversight when it isn't really oversight, when there's so little transparency, and when there's little to no accountability to the public. So if you're going to extend it, do so by adding some requirements for transparency and accountability. It is hypocritical to be towing people's RVs away. As soon as you get the capacity, you're not doing it now because of any humanitarian concern. You're not doing it because you don't have the towing capacity. And as soon as you have that towing capacity, out they go. You're taking people's homes. You're going to destroy their homes. You're looking to destroy the homes of people living in the huts. Absolutely hypocritical to be extending an emergency that's due to people losing their homes in a fire, an extended emergency that's due to people losing their homes for economic reasons and other reasons, while you're also destroying homes and making people homeless. Some of those folks don't have houses, but they sure as heck have homes. It is cowardly for you not to allow a slideshow to be shown by people who are working in the heart of this, who have the real solutions and who can show the real problems that you're not showing. But most of all, this process right here is an absolute farce, because nothing we say makes any difference to you people. Nothing. Nothing we have ever said has changed your policies. So mostly I'm talking to the other people here in this room. You need to go to your communities. You need to raise hell and you need to raise awareness. And we need to build solutions that are independent of these people who have no accountability and no interest in our real communities and the suffering that's out there on the street, that they're perpetuating and exacerbating, not fixing. People who are the most marginalized need to stay together in their communities. They need stable communities. That is housing first. Stable communities with their friends, with their family, with their support, with some shelter, with whatever shelter we can find them. And if that shelter doesn't quite meet up to code, well, it's still better than where they're going to kick them because it doesn't follow up to code. Out there on the street, cold, alone, subject to the violence of the police and anyone who wanders by, hungry, afraid.
Thank you, Merlin. Thomas Els, and he'll be followed by Michael Titone.
Well, I want to again thank you. We do have these on consent, which is the extension of the proclamation of homeless emergency, reaching back to the CHAP program and everything. It, like Scott said, maybe it was premature. I don't think so. I'll come back to that. I just want to talk really quick about the bollards in the square. Is that about between 1968 and 1972, there was an accident on Beaver Street. Someone rode at about 70 miles an hour straight through town and landed on Neal Drive, on the house at the point of Neal Drive at about 70, and they didn't survive. Pipe bollards wouldn't have done anything to stop any of that. You need to actually use a K-rail or some other things right at that location. It shouldn't cost $600,000. There's no way that should cost $600,000. But it is a good idea to prevent that kind of thing. It's already happened in town. With regard to the homeless emergency and proclamation, that needs to be extended, thank you. There are codes, particularly regarding the huts. There is the state planning code has exemptions for shelters. Those are shelters. That's clearly when Merlin speaks of a shelter, shelters are specifically exempted from the code. They're specifically exempted from becoming infeasible. So it's right in the state planning code. It's required. You cannot make them infeasible by any implementation of any codes, existing or new. It's not legal. So I want to leave that at that point and pick that up later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Michael Titone.
Hello. Please stop towing people's vehicles out on Apollo Way. It is costing people thousands of dollars that they don't have. It's taking away, people are losing their vehicles. A lot of people, the people that I've worked with, they've lost their vehicles. There's no way they can get the vehicles back. So, and it's just, there's just so many barriers. So, you know, and it's criminalizing homelessness, because the reason many people do not have their vehicles registered is because they can't afford it. And they can't afford it, they're homeless. So what are we doing? We're going to tow your vehicle. I mean, basically, like, that is taking away their home, all of their possessions, and there's really like no other reason that it's happening, that people can't really afford to keep their vehicle registered, and there's no place where they can go where they're not gonna get towed. So please stop doing it. You know, you've heard from us a lot of times. Catherine Jerk was gonna present today, but she had a slideshow. She can't use it because we still can't use the projector because there was a peaceful protest here back in April, and yeah, it was too much. So, you know, the other thing, I think we do need to talk to each other and talk to our neighborhoods and talk to our communities. It's something that we're starting to do, and we're learning that a lot of people are open to having sanctioned places for people to go. And, you know, these are within their own community, not in someone else's community. And I think that's something that's very powerful, and we need to work on that and to show that this is not some sort of crazy fringe thing that only a couple of people are supporting. A lot of people see the problems that are happening in their parks and their local communities, and they realize that the solution is to give people a place to go with services, and then we won't have to deal with the effects of all of that. And the people who are suffering because they don't have a place to go and they're being harassed by the police every night actually will have a place to put their things, and they don't have to worry about getting arrested or being criminalized because they can't afford any place to go. It's not crazy for people. We have to do it ourselves though, because we've been presenting at city council meetings for years and nothing's come out of that. We need to start actually doing things ourselves as a community, and I encourage everyone in the audience here to think about that and look out for a local initiative or start your own to find other people who are supportive of having a homeless cabin within their own community. It's a really powerful thing. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Council, I'm going to bring this back. Are there any other questions on items 13.1 or 13.3 through 13.9? No? Councilmember Tibbetts?
All right, I move items 13.1, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.6, 13.7, 0.8, and 0.9, and wait for the reading of the text.
Your votes? That passes with 6 ayes. We'll go to 13.2.
Vice Mayor Rogers, members of council, this project implements repairs to Garage 9 that were recommended in a condition assessment report by Walker Restoration Consultants. The repairs include replacement of the concrete wear surface on the top level of the garage. Other work includes selective concrete repair, crack sealing, and waterproofing. The repairs being made will protect structural components and extend the service life of the garage. The council approved an appropriation of $1,723,644 in fiscal year 2016-17 for the project. The project was advertised on July 3rd, 2018, and bids were received on July 31st. A total of 2 bids were received, ranging from $2,180,095 to $3,012,727. The low bid was 16% over the engineer's estimate. The low bidder, Ashwin Construction and Restoration, possesses a valid contractor's license of the required class as verified by the State Contractors Board. Construction is anticipated to begin in October. The length of the contract is 170 working days. The construction work will be phased to minimize impact to garage patrons. And the public participation plan has been approved by the Public Works Marketing and Outreach Coordinator. Additional funds are required to complete the project due to increased construction costs. It is recommended by the Transportation and Public Works Department and Finance Department that the Council, by resolution, award construction contract C01823, City of Santa Rosa Parking Garage 9, 2017 repairs in the amount of $2,180,095 to the lowest responsible bidder, Ashwin Construction and Restoration Incorporated of Santa Clara, California, approve a 10% contract contingency, and authorize a total contract amount of $2,398,104.50. By resolution, approve a fiscal year 2018-19 budget allocation of $706,569 to key 45029 Garage 9 repairs from the parking fund. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Great, thank you so much. Council questions? Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to pull this item and have this conversation. What happens if we wait 1 year on this, if we don't do it this year?
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be done this year. It has been in our asset management plan for the last 10 years, so we have. It is time for us to do this to extend the useful life of the garage. It's not, the structure is not going to be structurally unsound if we were to wait a year. It's when it came through in the timeline of our asset management plan. I wouldn't recommend postponing this for several years without doing some sort of repair work to keep water from getting into the structure. That's the main thing that is necessary to extend the life of garages. And so you want to keep so there's other things we could do that would be less expensive, that would extend the life of the garage for a shorter period of time.
I just want to let you know where I'm going in my head trying to figure out. We have an idea that we're going to intensively build housing downtown. And it concerns me to make a decision to spend $2 million roughly before we know if we have the housing bond and before we know if this site might be considered as a site, for example, to build the parking garage maybe even beefier so that we could put housing above it or some combination thereof, which is why I'm wondering if we couldn't wait a year. And what I'm hearing you say is that it might be possible to do something that is going to protect it until we know for sure if we have resources that this may become something more than just a traditional parking garage.
So just to clarify, that is an option, but it will be a time-consuming option. So we have plans all prepared to do this work. So we can change course, we can go back to our engineer and have them do new plans for a scaled-back version that will get us, a few more years. We can definitely do that, but I would say that'll take a year before we're back here with another bid and doing the work. But it's definitely an option. I just didn't want you to think that we could do
just
it
tomorrow.
Do
that? No, I thank you. I didn't think it was instant, which is why my first question was, can we wait 1 year? Which would give us time to sort of make sure that this is the plan for this site. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what my colleagues are thinking. I would be interested in hearing that. I'm very hesitant at this time with, I appreciate that this is specifically parking fund funds, but I'm also aware that we could use parking fund funds to do the parking under housing. So I'd like to see us leaning that way more, and I'm eager to hear what my colleagues think.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Yeah, I think Councilwoman Combs is right on point with this, with the housing bond potentially being decided in November. That could free up resources. Also, I think I tried to compare this to the opportunity site sheet that PED did not long ago, and I think this is currently one of the opportunity sites. Please do correct me if I'm wrong, though. And so when we're envisioning that as the space, I think it would be prudent to probably wait a couple of years. And if the time comes where you feel that we're impacting the structural integrity of the parking garage or creating deferred maintenance to the point where the costs become seemingly insurmountable, then potentially looking at the downscaled engineering, or I don't know if you slurry seal for water or what avenues you take to keep it watertight. Importance of doing that, but it does seem to me like these buildings are in a bit of transition, or could be at this point, and potentially saving this money in your parking fund for any future construction down there as part of a larger development seems prudent.
Councilmember Sawyer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like some clarification on the opportunity sites. It's my understanding that the surface lots were targeted for opportunities. Because all of the city is the largest landlord downtown, I think all of our assets are being considered as future opportunities. But thank you, Mr. Guin. I'd like to know this particular site and the demolition of a 4 or 5 story parking garage would not be a small consideration.
Yeah, thank you. The Planning and Economic Development Department and Parking have been talking about this for quite a bit. We've looked at all the parking assets when the council gave authorization to look at assets to determine which ones were the most viable, which ones are the best opportunity sites, and where to focus efforts. This parking garage did not rank well. It's a newer garage. It's in decent shape. Estimates are that it costs about $40,000 a spot to replace a parking spot. So when you take that many away and then replace it, it makes building new homes on top very infeasible. And so we did talk to developers to see what the potential of that site is, and we didn't get good response at all. We are looking at the top opportunity sites for parking lots are Ross and B, which we're currently negotiating, the parking garage at 3rd and D. That one definitely, that's gonna need some investment. It's one of our older garages in town, so we'll be focusing on that one next. It's probably the best opportunity site for redevelopment with parking replaced. And then also other surface parking lots. We're in the early stages of looking at what other surface parking lots do we have that we can, before we put money into them, can we leverage those and put that money towards replacing the parking with housing above it. And so that's actively going on. This site we did work together on to determine this was not a priority site. It probably would not be feasible anytime in the near future based on the demand of that parking and the cost to replace that parking.
Councilmember Spadhelm.
So if I could just ask the same question a different way, is my understanding we did the RFI, request for information. Was this site included in that, or are you telling me it was not included in that?
This site was not included in the RFI for the P3 conversation, which included this site, across the street, the buildings across the street, and the surface parking lot across from the post office. Those were the ones included.
Great, thank you. Yeah. And then Kim, from the parking perspective, and trying to compare this to the street, the PCA pavement condition index, the longer you wait, the greater it costs to rebuild. Can you put it into a parking lot terminology, comparing it to the streets? If we don't do it now, at what point are the costs gonna cost a heck of a lot more to do the...
I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I wouldn't want to misrepresent anything. I can certainly have a conversation with our engineer about that, but I wouldn't be able to do that for you right now.
So what I was hearing you saying, though, it's not a safety concern at this point for this parking?
No, I did talk with our engineer about if there was a scaled back version of a repair that we could do to extend the life, very similar to what we did to the 3rd Street garage a couple years back. At that time, it was also recommended to replace the top deck of that. That one, because of its age and because of knowing that it was considered a higher priority opportunity site, same same thing. We said, is there something we can do to extend the life and buy us more time? And so it brought the cost down and it bought us a little bit of time. And so I talked to the engineer about this, and we could definitely do the same thing here. But as far as giving you a ranking, I couldn't do that off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks.
I have.
Councilmember Combs.
Thank you. So if we were to spend the parking resources on this one, what would be left to provide, for example, if we were to do the White House site and we were to assist in funding a project's parking underneath that site? I guess I'm talking opportunity cost, where if we're putting money here instead of the sort of quick scaled back version here, that's going to take money away that we could be putting at another site to get the parking underneath some housing. Can you tell me how much is left in the account after we do this?
So the parking fund right now has approximately $10 million in reserves, but I would like to caution you that the parking program has more than $10 million worth of work that needs to be done to extend the life of all of its assets. So, if you're talking, say, $2 million here and that leaves you with $8 million, we've already looked out 10 years of where projects where those funds are intended to go. So while I know it sounds like a lot of money, it's also very expensive to manage these assets and to extend their life.
Just because I don't know, what does it cost to remove a parking garage? Because if we decided we wanted to make this a more prime opportunity site, one of the ways to stimulate development on the site would be to take care of demolition on the site. If we wanted to demo the site, can we use the parking funds for that?
I believe you could use parking funds to demo it, assuming you're going to be replacing the parking. But as far as the cost to do that,
nobody knows yet.
Know.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Mr. Guillen, has there been any interest in building housing on this particular site? And I ask because I've had somebody reach out to me saying that they think that there might have been.
I've had conversations with quite a few people. I think people are looking at every asset we have when we start looking into it, and when we talk about replacing the parking, the conversation gets very different because, again, it's very expensive to replace that parking structure. Like I said, the estimates we're hearing are 40, and that might even be conservative, 40,000 per spot to build that back. And so it doesn't, by the time we get our parking back, the parking district gets its parking back, because that parking is used to actually facilitate and allow the other development to happen. I don't think we want to lose that asset. That asset will help us with nighttime parking potentially if we build housing around that area. It obviously is helping with the state building, the federal building, other businesses in the area. So I think one thing that we are trying to do is take a real creative look at the parking structures. How are we using them? If they're empty at night, can we start to have housing, people that live in downtown utilize those at off-peak time? So that's something that we're talking with and looking at creative solutions for. So it's a long way to answer your question. When we start talking about all the needs that we have for that parking, the discussion shifts more to surface lots and the garages that are much dire shape that we're going to have to put a lot of work into, that we'd rather tear it down and start over. And this is not one of those.
Great, thank you.
Good roof, good foundation.
Come on, sir. Councilmember Tibbetts, your motion. Yep, Dwayne, as we've discussed, all of the consent items are done at the same time. Dwayne, I can talk to you after the meeting. Councilmember Tibbetts.
So I move item 13.2 of the council and waive further reading of the text.
Is there any other discussion, council? Go ahead, one more question.
As part of the general plan conversation, will we be targeting which lots we want to maintain as downtown lots permanently, like for 30 years, and would this be one of those lots?
I think to answer your question, will looking at those lots in the specific plan update be part of the project? Absolutely. I think we're going to look at every city-owned parcel, what we think can be used in the future, including this one here.
And what is our time frame for that conversation?
Pretty quick. So one of the consent items that you just awarded was the grant to start that process. The RFP is on the street now. We were trying to run these in parallel to keep it moving. And so the conversation hopefully will happen over the next few months when we start getting people in the car.
I will repeat that I hope that my colleagues will consider waiting for 1 year while we have that fuller conversation about which lots will be prioritized before we spend a couple $1 million.
All right, Council, your votes. And that will fail with 3 aye and 3 no. Council members Tibbetts, Combs, and myself voting no. Council, I'll entertain a second motion.
So if I would like to move that staff bring back the temporary repair or the smaller scale repair and wait a year to bring the fuller repair back after we've had an opportunity to have the conversation within the specific plan.
And I'll second that motion. Council, your votes. That will pass with 5 ayes, with Councilmember Sawyer voting no.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to public comment on non-agenda items. Idella, I apologize, Guidry, followed by Tim Gija. And again, I apologize for butchering names.
Good afternoon. My name's Idella Guidry. Oh, I'm sorry.
You could also raise that up if you need to.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I've written to all of you, hoping that maybe you would have time to review what I'm asking you. I live at 536 Bellevue Avenue. My home is in the unincorporated area of the county and out of the urban boundary. Some time ago, I had to sign my development rights to the city of Santa Rosa to get a utility certificate. I had no other choice, no other options. Being medically handicapped and with small children dependent on the home, I agreed to LAFCO and the city of Santa Rosa's demand of signing my rights over to the city of Santa Rosa. In 2016, California State Assembly approved Senator Wieckowski's proposal, Senate Bill 1069, to eliminate restrictions and excessive fees that discourage building accessory dwelling units in California. In September of 2017, Governor Brown signed into state law Senate Bill 1069, giving all California property owners the right of a second dwelling and the right to have permits ministerially approved. Among other things, in Senate Bill 1069, there's a guarantee under Section 5 that states that no other policy, ordinance, or regulation shall be reason to deny a second dwelling. Under California Health and Safety Code, a manufactured dwelling is also allowed. In 2017, I went to the Community Development Department to submit an application to connect a HUD-approved granny unit to the existing sewer line in my property. Speaking with Andrew Cook and Shelley Allen, I couldn't submit an application because of the 2002 restrictions. The formal determination by the City Department points out, no development without annexation. Annexation costs start at $18,000. However, at this time, annexation is unnecessary. I don't want to develop the 5 acres. I only want to add an addition. If in the future annexation is proposed by administrative action, I would never oppose it. In 2018, county zoning laws and the laws of the state of California supports my legal right of a second dwelling, and its guarantee under Section 5 makes the 2002 Declaration of Restrictions a moot point, no longer legal or binding upon myself, myself and dependents or anyone next in line.
Thank you, Adela. I need you to please wrap up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm asking you to allow me to hook up to that sewer line that's on my property, a granny unit.
Great.
That's
Thank
all
you
I'm
so much,
asking
Adela.
for. Thank you.
Tim, I apologize, Gija, followed by Gregory Fearon.
Good evening. My name is Tim Gega, and we're urging the council to help us help ourselves. Imagine this scenario. Every night when you leave this building, you get in your car, you drive home, and you get to enjoy that feeling of comfort and security that coming home each night brings. Now imagine that every 30 to 90 days, and in most cases every 72 hours, that your residence, comfort, and security is uprooted, generally at 3 in the morning, and you personally have to pay for this unexpected and unplanned forced move on a fixed income, disability insurance, or general assistance. Then add to that the cost of scouting around for another space to find another comfort zone. The homeless do this routinely with every sweep that this city imposes, with no safe place to go. Mature adults, young working adults, widows, single parents, physically handicapped tribes and families are all required to do this on a regular basis, and these locations are not allowed any basic human services like restrooms, dumpsters, or more humanely, mental rest, which is paramount to human health and well-being. Homeless people are the people who, by no fault of their own, fall through the crack. We are the impact of your decisions and indecisions in this room. And that crack opened up very wide during the Bush II Great Recession of 2008 until 2016. Construction drives every economy out of a recession. In that time of 8 years, from 28 to 2016, there was little to no construction jobs, no supporting peripheral jobs created. Every temp agency in town had shut down for lack of jobs to offer. I heard recently that there were about 4,000 homes built in Sonoma County in 10 years. That's a huge problem, and it's the same problem that every one of us here are suffering today. Now try to remember, just before the recession hit, that older people like me, the baby boomers, who had worked hard all their lives, invested well, and were set to retire, had lost all of their life savings, their home, retirement accounts, because of medical expenses predicated on pre-existing conditions. Then came the mortgage meltdown, the fraud of benchmark lending, the Wall Street and the banking industry's bailouts that unfortunately duped millions of Americans, our neighbors and veterans alike, out of their hard-earned dollars and sweat equity. America bailed out the banks, and in return for our kindness, they threw every one of us under the bus. At this time, in 2010, the state shuttered most of its mental health facilities, residential homes for the intellectually disabled, the physically handicapped, the addicts, and the vets alike. The state simultaneously raised the fees to DMV, state parks, and other requirements.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Greg Fearon, followed by Thomas Els.
Gregory Farron, Homeless Action. Thank you, Tim. There's a lot of stories that you're hearing, and you'll continue to hear about hard work by members of the community. 3 years ago, a large group of community members, homeless and others, had an annual meeting at the Task Force on the Homeless, and we raised $8,000 to try to do something for the homeless. We built 10 homeless huts. And we knew at the time they were probably not going to be building code legal. They were probably going to be put on someplace that probably didn't have it zoned for that, but we did it because we felt the need and we wanted to respond. We did our best job to put together some really terrific structures. You all have probably seen most of them. One of the best guys in this community, a guy named Dave Berto, agreed to put him on his property, private property. We went to CHAP to look for support, he didn't give it. We went to the community, we got some support, and they've housed people ever since. But lately, you and the rest of the sort of establishment who want to adhere to a standard that is deteriorating, you've heard today that the state is saying you ought to think about something more creative. And we're all trying to help you do that. But in the meantime, this Saturday or Sunday, when I'd rather be at the Sesquicentennial or I'd rather be out at the Challenger Way helping clean up and helping them build self-governance and do what they want to do, I'm going to have to rally all of my friends to take them down. Dave Berto has been frightened into submission. Until you figure out a way of delaying it, I'm going to be stuck, and the rest of the community is going to be stuck with dismantling the homes of people. And that's sad to me. We have done our best. We are continuing to do our best. And we want you as a partner. And this doesn't show it at all. Please, I ask you to do two things. Help delay this if you can, and secondly, if you can't, come on out and help me move them. We need your help. I can go rent trucks, I can get some people who are friends of mine, but it's not enough. We took 3 or 4 months to put those into his property. Now, over the weekend, we're gonna have to take them all out. Come on, have a heart.
Thank you, Gregory. Thomas Els, and he'll be followed by Adamaji.
Well, I do thank you for allowing our comments. This is about the Huts abatement and the arrests or potential arrests at Apollo Way. There were arrests here in the chamber not long ago. At that time, they seemed without merit. Their complaint was about the camp cleanup pilot project under the 6th Street Bridge and behind the Dollar Tree. You arrested 6 people here who you believe violated your standards. State law requires you to plan housing for all economic demographics. The people at Apollo Way and the people in the huts on McBride Lane are an economic demographic, and you're in violation of state law. You should be under arrest. Here they are, except they're under your power and authority. They're not going to arrest you, but you are in violation of state law. It's for the people of every economic demographic. So the huts are specifically exempted from the planning code regarding shelters. And those trailers, are they any different? Those are basic primary shelters. Those are their houses. How can they be arrested? How can they be asked to move? Now, we're begging you to find other locations. There are plenty of other locations. The City Housing Authority, excuse me, I'm pointing to the wrong David at this moment. City Housing Authority is in contract, apparently, with the county to take over the old County Water Authority property on College Avenue. So there's plenty of properties. Forgive me. Apollo Way represents the people for whom you are violating this planning law. As such, you should be arrested. And for that matter, other equally innocent people, those people on Apollo Way, the Hutts, they could be arrested, Mr. Berto himself, or myself. Just pick any innocent person and arrest them. Or look to yourselves, please. Because these are legal. They are under the state law. It's the implementation which is not legal, because they cannot be conditioned in a way to make them infeasible.
Thank you, Thomas. Adam Maji, followed by Dwayne DeWitt. And I apologize for the pronunciation.
That's not pronounceable. I actually represent some of the leadership at Apollo Way, and I wanted to come with some clarification. So I applaud Merlin for saying they're houseless but not homeless. I wanted to clarify what the difference is between the two words. The word home actually comes from the word jum and chum, which mean tent. So when you knock down people's tents and you call it not a house or not a home, you call them homeless, this actually stems back to our hatred of Native Americans. And I'm here to inform you that 92% of the people there claim to be Native American, partially. This is probably an instinct. That's what I studied in college, genetic behavior. But 68 other countries have already freed their tent dwellers. Finland, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, China, Mongolia, Russia, everywhere in the Middle East, all Israel. You know, we spent $500 billion freeing the Kurds in Iraq. They're free. And recently, Saudi Arabia and Canada. The same group of people are in one genetic group. And these people are not going to ever stop. The reason why you can't get rid of your homeless people is because they don't go anywhere. You keep feeding them, there's more. They don't go anywhere. So I've encouraged them to incorporate a tribe. There actually have 2 specific tribes. 90% of them are in one tribe specifically. But they are getting assistance it'll take longer than your 2-week deadline to get them assistance through Native civil rights organizations. The United Nations are aware of this, and I made a whole bunch of other Native organizations aware of this, and Sundance is already filming there. So I wanted to make you guys aware of the fact that these people are already aware that that word homeless means that, but they're also aware that Catholic Charities has been their enemy for 300 years. Almost all these natives that are there, their parents grew up in the Native internment camps. So they don't want to go into Catholic Charities. That's what they're telling me. Every single person, I've talked to every single person at least 7 times. They're not going in there because those people are abusing their parents. I grew up next to a sign that says, "Here killed Catholic Charities 1,900 children." That's the way I grew up, right next to a sign that said that. It's like right outside my door. So nobody wants to go into a place that's their enemy, and that's really not a homeless problem, more like they hate Catholic Charities problem. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about them. This is a historical issue with these people, and that a lot of them are saying that they prefer their tents. And after 200 years of trying to get the Sami and Finland, Norway, and Denmark into forced housing, and same in Mongolia and China, they still live in their tents. Now they just make room and they cover over the pipelines and they block the freeway, they block traffic to protect their Sami, but not the United States. The very last country in which these people live, they're not protected. They're not protected. So what you guys are doing to bust them out in the middle of the month when you know they get their money at the beginning of the month constitutes cruel and unusual punishment to them. Because they'll be out of money. They'll pay all their bills will go into auto pay, and then they'll have no money, and then they'll be kicked out in the middle of the month, so they can't get their vehicles back, which is where their grandma's ashes are and their great-grandparents' jewelry. Those are homes. Because that word means a tent, you know.
Thank you. And could you please pronounce your name for me? Could you just pronounce your name for me?
That's a title. It's a nominee.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Dwayne DeWitt, followed by Michelle Trammell.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Tonight, I had wanted to show you a short video, but the city staff said it wouldn't be allowed. And I thought, there's a process going on here where you're excluding information that helps the public. I believe that taking away the overhead projector and putting other restrictions on the ability of the public to give you information is counterproductive to a democratic approach. I am really concerned because once again we plead poverty to the people that need some things and then say we're going to spend some money on some big things that may not be needed. Tonight I brought a book, a magazine. It's almost 20 years old. It's the Sonoma Business Magazine with Ken Blackman, the city manager. You'd be able to see it better if we had the projector. It talks about city bucks, how to save Santa Rosa $10 million. Because back then, we were still looking at how we could save money. The editor, James Dunn, wrote, "After all, the government is our tool of self-governance. It runs on our money, contributed through taxes and fees." And so I wanted to point out that recently the city got some taxpayers' money from the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District, which is taxpayers' money from the county, anyone that spends on sales tax, and bought 2 more houses over in Roseland. So now the taxpayers own 4 houses in Roseland that are empty by decree of the city. They're boarded up. Evicted a person out of one of them. She's now technically homeless. So we have to find a way to match the rhetoric that we talk about here to the actions that the city staff actually takes. I find it difficult to be supportive of a process in which you keep houses empty while veterans who've served this country are out there tonight homeless. I've asked in the past that we be able to use these homes, specifically in Roseland, for some veterans to be there, to be caretakers of the land that you've basically been given by the taxpayers, and we volunteer to clean up. So I ask you once again, utilize the housing that you have to help the veterans during these difficult times. Don't tear anything down except garages. We don't need places for cars to sleep. We need housing.
Thank you, Dwayne. Michelle Trammell. Michelle? Catherine Jurek? She's gone. Bob Hanson? And he'll be followed by Adrian Lobby. Thank you, sir. It's Mr. Hanson's turn.
Good afternoon, everybody. Bob Hanson, vet, retired carpenter. 2 meetings ago, our city council made great strides in eliminating Roundup being sprayed on our streets, our parks, and our schools. Thank you. This is Sadie Rose. This is my 11-year-old granddaughter, abducted by order of a family court judge. Instead of attending Meadow School in Petaluma, surrounded by her friends and family, she's sitting in Hollister, California, surrounded by people she does not know, a father she ran from for the last 1.5 years with just cause, drinking and driving with the kids, verbal abuse. We have a problem in this city council, in this city, in this county, and the problem is our family court service. State-controlled, does not protect our kids. Their focus is on keeping these kids in this system until they're 14. Grandparents and children under 12 have no legal rights in our family court system. No legal rights. My granddaughter was abducted by order of a family court judge, Judge Boyd. This has been going on 4 years. 6 months into this process, this ordeal, with 2 mediation reports cautioning the court on her dad's anger. Judge Boyd ordered my daughter to release custody of my then 7-year-old granddaughter in a parking garage mall in Burlingame to a man using a P.O. box as his legal address. We refused. The next year, Sadie spent every other weekend, plus that summer, in Hollister, California with her dad. We have never refused access to her father. This is a man who abandoned her for the first 6.5 years of her life. Never refused access. My granddaughter is now sitting in Hollister, California, not attending school at Meadows School like she has for 6 years, surrounded by people she doesn't know. Judge Boyd issued a 90-day custody coupled with a 90-day no contact order for this little girl's
Thank you,
family.
Mr. Hansen. Adrian Lobby.
We got a problem. We better address it.
Wow. So you've all heard the saying, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. In the next couple of weeks, we are going 56 steps back. In the last couple of weeks, we have had proclamations and resolutions from the Human Rights Commission and from the ACLU talking about the human rights violations in how we treat homeless people and encouraging you and the county government to set up some kind of sanctioned encampment, some kind of small villages, safe parking, something to get people out of this terrible condition. Instead, we have 6 huts where people have been sleeping successfully without any problem for 1.5 years. Suddenly, they're going to have to be gone. Within a week, take your stuff. Sorry, we don't know where you can go. Well, maybe there's a bed at Sam Jones for you. That's 200 people in a building where most people don't have privacy to change their clothes. That is not acceptable. And who are those 6 people? 4 of them are people of color. 4 of them have jobs. 4 of them are employed. And 4 of them were in this chamber today, patiently listening, hoping that they would have a chance to tell you what's going on for them. Then we have the RV camp. The enormous cost just to tow these RVs away. We're going to tow people's homes. There are 70 to 90 people there. There are 50 people who are working with us in a program to get their vehicle legalized. And we do not have time to do that. They need to get the correct title, they need to get smog, they need to have minor repairs, they need to go through registration, some of them need their DMV license. All of it is doable, and we're doing it. We're working on about 3 people this week, today and tomorrow. But they are going to scatter. And some of those houses, those mobile homes on wheels, are going to be towed away. In the last 2 days, 2 of them have lost their cars. One woman's car she was living in. Her car is now at Creams. Every day, $55 more. Her friends are trying to raise the money. Every day, $55 more. What is going on here? For $500, somebody's going to lose their home, their car. And in a week or 2, we're going to have all of these people losing their homes, their RVs, their trailers. The costs of doing it are immeasurable, both in human cost and in the financial costs.
Thank you, Adrian. And that will be, thank you, sir. And we'll move on to item 15.1, Ms. Hurtado.
Item 15.1, report, approved professional services agreement for general banking services with JP Morgan Chase Bank of North America, and presenting is Chuck McBride, our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Mayor and members of the council, we're here tonight to ask you to approve a PSA with JP Morgan Chase for banking services for a 5-year period. So currently, the city contracts for several financial services for our comprehensive banking services, and these include several things, what we call general banking services, which we're talking about tonight, and those are things like deposit services, disbursement services, reporting services. And in our RFP, we broke everything out into 6 major service groups, and we asked proposers to cost out providing institutional custody, which is keeping our investments, custody of our investments, merchant card processing, so our customers who use Visas and other purchasing cards, and procurement cards for the city. So for these services since 2002 with general banking services, for 16 years we've been with Wells Fargo Bank. So recently, last October, we went out for an RFP to look at our comprehensive banking services and to see if there were other vendors out there that could do these services for us in a more efficient manner. To do this, we engaged PFM, Asset Management LLC, to help us to develop that RFP and to evaluate the proposals. So you can imagine that, especially when the proposals come back, the pricing that we receive from the banks is very complicated. So we need someone to help us to evaluate those and make sure that we are comparing apples to apples. We also had PFM help us with developing the RFP, and we issued it with those 6 major service groups that we talked about so that individual banks could propose on different areas. They could propose on merchant card services, but not general banking if they didn't have the ability to do that kind of a service. We made significant outreach. We actually notified 21 banks of our process. We also notified 5 local banks within that 21 to try to maximize participation by the local banks. Out of that, we got 8 total proposals that spanned all of those 6 different service groups that I referred to earlier. 5 proposals came in for general banking services, which we're talking about tonight. We did have 1 local bank within that group. However, based on the quantitative and qualitative matrix that we developed with PFM, they were not highly competitive. So JP Morgan Chase submitted a proposal that scored the highest. They were also the lowest cost for general banking services, and they also demonstrated a robust online platform, which is important now. And as I mentioned earlier, they had the lowest fee of all the banks that proposed. So then we turn to the fiscal analysis. General banking fees under this contract will be about $250,000 over the 5-year contract term. You'll see that the PSA that was put before you has a not to exceed amount of $300,000, which gives us just a little bit of latitude over 5 years if we have unforeseen costs. However, we do have a savings of $28,000 per year, about $140,000 over the 5 years of the contract term to the general fund for general banking services. JP Morgan Chase has also provided us with a $60,000 transition dollar credit. So if you'll keep in mind that the contract with Wells Fargo expired in June and we extended that until December. So there's going to be a little bit of overlap with Wells Fargo and JP Morgan Chase. Part of that $60,000 can also be used if we have to transition any equipment, like check imaging equipment and things like that. We can use the $60,000 credit towards that also. So the recommendation by the Finance Department is that Council approve a 5-year professional service agreement with JP Morgan Chase. As I mentioned, amount not to exceed $300,000. At this time, we can take questions from the Council. I'm joined by Alan Alton, my deputy, who has led this process since last October. And we also have Beverly here from JP Morgan Chase. She's in government banking to answer any questions you may have specific to JP Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. And I'll go ahead and I'll start. I know that this item has come through the Long-Term Financial Policy and Audit Committee. It has come in connection with an ongoing conversation about a city-sponsored bank. Can you give us a little bit of an update? And I see some folks in the audience I'm sure will hammer on this point as well. Can you give us an update on where the city is in that process and how that lines up with this potential contract that's before us today?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I can give you somewhat of an update. We've been following very closely the experience of Oakland, and just in the last month, I think August 20th, The city administrator put out a agenda bill to the city council. They had received back a feasibility analysis from Global Investment Company, who was picked to do the feasibility analysis on that. Myself and Alan are still picking our way through. It's a pretty extensive report. So we're trying to look at that to see what the feasibility would be for Oakland, since they're a larger city than us, and their experience would probably be somewhat applicable to us. So that's where we are right now. The city manager has authorized us, if we need to go out for professional service agreement and do our own feasibility study, but we'd kind of like to see if it's even worth pursuing that. I'd like to look at what Oakland's outcome is. Just kind of glancing over the first 10 pages of the document today, it looked like there are sizable obstacles to a municipality doing a public bank. It looks like it's, and again, I'm just kind of pre-shadowing this just based on what I read from the Oakland City Administrator, but it looks like there's some pretty heavy capital requirements for that, so we would have to really examine that and see if it was even feasible for us.
Could you please provide the council with that feasibility report as well for us to begin to pick through?
Absolutely.
And make it public? There you go, Thomas.
May I ask a follow-up on that?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I've heard that San Francisco is doing a similar, and I wondered if you were also checking the San Francisco as well as the Oakland.
Yes, Councilmember Combs, we're watching San Francisco and Los Angeles and some other states that are trying this also.
When you provide information about Oakland, if San Francisco and LA information is available, can you share that also?
I will if it's available. Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Great. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I have a question for you, and this may actually be more of a question for Alan, because I had the opportunity to serve on the committee reviewing these with Alan. And one of the questions that I had, and I can't remember because I did see the PFM matrix early on, but please give this council an idea of what the cost differential was between the local provider, Exchange Bank, and JP Morgan Chase.
So Exchange Bank, their pricing came in between $88,000 and $85,000, and JP Morgan was between $40,000 and $52,000.
So we're talking a difference of $40,000 versus investing locally. Was there an analysis on the PFM matrix about local investment?
No, not on local investment.
There probably should have been. The other question I had is, and this was a big sticking point for me when I was on the committee, is 3 years versus 5 years. And the reason being, we are having a conversation about a public bank in Santa Rosa. Oakland, I actually was talking with council member Kaplan in Oakland recently. They have finished the first step, and they're looking for people to buy into what they're calling the business plan. It's synonymous with a feasibility study. I think we ought to be doing that. But when we look at this process, I think this is very similar, if not identical, to the conversation this council had back in 2011 about Sonoma Clean Power. We were asked to break away from something that was very traditional, very secure, very well understood, i.e. the incumbent utility, PG&E, and branch out and give ourselves local control over power use. The council at the time deliberated at length about that. It was a very difficult decision for them to make, but ultimately they did it. They established Sonoma Clean Power from the point of establishing the committee in 2011 to 2013 in about 2.5 years. And now we have one of the most successful power programs in the state of California that's led to the creation of dozens of others. And so my long-winded question to you is, why did we go back to 5 years? Is that the provider unwilling to do 3 years?
Councilmember Tibbetts, no, it wasn't a matter of the provider not being able to do a 3-year contract. It was more along the lines of the amount of time that it took us to just go through this process here, and knowing that getting through any type of, if we were looking toward a public bank option, to go through the feasibility analysis And then if that feasibility analysis pointed us in the direction to do that, to then set up that type of a bank, to be able to do that in a 3-year period wouldn't be possible. So a 5-year contract will give us the opportunity to do studies where needed, and if that leads us down a path to at least start moving toward that. So again, it's a 5-year term, and then we have some options after it that provide us that flexibility, but that seemed to be a reasonable way to go with that.
So I don't want to depreciate the amount of work that went into this. I received one of those boxes with all the binders of proposals, and so I know that what you did was incredible work. But I'm just going to have difficulty supporting a 5-year plan, and I am disappointed that $40,000 was the difference between investing locally versus internationally.
So, and to be clear on that, it was more than just the dollars. It was also the services that they were providing,
fees.
right? That were less than what the other banks were willing to provide. So, again, it just unfortunately it just wasn't a very competitive bid.
Thanks, Alan. I do.
Any other questions? Dwayne DeWitt, he'll be followed by Philip Beard.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I appreciate the efforts that have been put forward and the amount of extra work, but I'm supportive of a more untraditional approach. I believe that though I have banked at Exchange Bank and we want to do something local, that the best process might be to go forward with what Ms. Kaplan in Oakland is trying to do and what others are trying to do in other cities and states. And I say that because I've been to North Dakota a lot. I know about the State Bank in North Dakota, and I know about approaches where you allow the community to have more of a voice in how the financing of its government operates can be more helpful. I don't want to see this go forward to a large kind of nameless entity. They have the name JP Morgan Chase, yes, but they're so big of a bureaucracy, I don't think we're really going to know who's handling the affairs of Santa Rosa. Whereas if you were to work with the people who have been advocating for a number of years now to try to get a public bank here in Santa Rosa, Sonoma County, maybe the Bay Area, however you worked it with your joint powers agreement type of approach, I believe we would all benefit more. So I ask you tonight that you not go for something for 5 years and not even 3 years. If you choose to say we're going to work with these people, just do it year by year. And during that time, I believe the public banking approach will be more feasible in less amount of time than we've been told tonight. I don't think it's going to take 5 years to get that set up. So I ask you to reconsider, based on what Mr. Tibbetts has just also mentioned, that it doesn't need to be 5 years long. Whatever you choose tonight, I'm thinking 1 year, no more than 3 years. And please, in your recommendations, state that you support some sort of a public local banking approach rather than giving our money to Wall Street. It hasn't helped us so much in the past, and it could come back to haunt us in a big way if we face what some say may be a cyclical recession perhaps coming our way soon, maybe after the next election, only a couple of months away, when government type activities change at the national level. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dwayne. Deborah Hammond, followed by Shelley Browning.
Deborah Hammond, thank you for taking my comments. I think some of my other colleagues are going to speak to the history of fraudulent practices that Chase has invested in the past, which is part of my concern, but I'm going to focus my comments on their investment in fossil fuels. According to a report put together by the Rainforest Action Network, Sierra Club, the Indigenous Environmental Network, and 3 other organizations, Chase is among the top 3 banks financing the expansion of extreme fossil fuels, fossil fuel development overall, at a total of $26 billion over the past 3 years. And they're among the top 3 specifically in tar sands, ultra-deep water oil, and coal. I have a table from that report and a summary of the report if that would be useful to you. These investments are not only environmentally destructive, contributing to the ravages of climate change that we have seen firsthand here in Santa Rosa, but they are financially risky as well, which speaks to the fiduciary responsibility of the city. Financial advisors increasingly are warning that these investments risk becoming stranded assets. Fossil fuels are not performing as well as other sectors. I've been working some with Jane Vosberg on Fossil Free California, who's done extensive research. Funds with fossil fuels are not performing as well as funds without fossil fuels. And over 800 institutions, including the World Bank, are in the process of divesting from fossil fuels for a total of $6 trillion. And I would like to put my concerns regarding Chase into a larger context. Both globally and locally, we're facing increasing instability, environmentally, politically, and economically. I think it's critical that we begin to lay the groundwork for greater local autonomy in similar ways to the Clean Power Initiative. And a key step in that direction would be the creation of a public bank. To that end, I would like to ask you to reject this contract, ideally put out a new RFP for a more socially and environmentally responsible bank, if that would be at all possible. I was going to request that you limit the contract to 3 years. Alternatively, I appreciate some of the comments from the council and also from Dwayne. I would also ask you that you move forward with the feasibility study and implementation plans. I appreciate the comments about some of the obstacles. Oh, I'm almost done. Anyway, I'll pass it over to the rest.
Thank you so much. Shelley Browning, followed by Judith Eam.
Good evening, Council, committee members. The City of Oakland previously banked with JP Morgan Chase and is now moving to Union Bank. At their June 5th City Council meeting, Councilmember Kaplan moved that the new contract with Union Bank be set for 3 years instead of the proposed 5 years by the Finance Department. The motion passed unanimously. Oakland conducted a feasibility study for a public bank of Oakland, and the results of the study will be presented to the Finance Department on September 11th. Thus, the reasoning by the council to limit the contract with Union Bank to 3 years is they hope to have their own bank within that amount of time. Also in June, LA's 14-member council unanimously voted to put a measure on the November 6th ballot to amend the city's charter, allowing for the city to form a municipal public bank. This measure will help LA to retake control of their money and to invest it in financing critical needs of their communities, such as affordable housing, infrastructure, economic development, and green energy. The linked staff report attached with this agenda item states the reasons they are recommending JP Morgan Chase, which in part reads as follows. As a response to the October 2017 wildfires, JP Morgan, through its local branches, assisted customers with replacing bank items lost, including debit cards, safety deposit box keys, and locks, and they refunded any overdraft fees incurred as a result of the fires. Juxtapose this with how the Public Bank of North Dakota responded to the devastating fire and flood of Grand Forks in 1997. Within 2 weeks of that disaster, the bank established a disaster relief loan fund, set aside $5 million to assist flood victims, and set up additional credit lines of around $70 million. Best of all, mortgage holders and students who had loans with the Bank of North Dakota were granted a 6-month moratorium on their monthly payments. The Friends of the Public Bank of Santa Rosa Working Group has drafted a proposed resolution for a Public Bank of Santa Rosa on our website. We currently have 33 organizations and 306 individuals who have endorsed this resolution. We implore this council to do right with our public finances and reject the recommendation to sign a 5-year contract with the self-confessed felonious JP Morgan Chase Bank. Thus far, this city has continued to conduct business as usual to finance the needs of the city in the form of budget cuts, increased tax measures, and the issuing of costly bonds. This is your moment to stand and do right by the city that you represent. We call on you to move forward with the feasibility study for a Public Bank of Santa Rosa in order to economically empower the city with our money and stop giving away our public credit to the Wall Street banks. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Judith Iam, followed by Luann Daly.
Judith Iam here. I wish to reiterate my colleagues' specifics in case it could possibly have been lost. On one hand, we have overdraft fees being let go. On the other hand, we have $70 million put at the disposal of the people who this bank represents. So this that decision to reach the moon to be actualized. Bank, as you well know, I'm glad to hear there's already awareness about this on the council, and so I charge you with making this happen ASAP. I also, in having heard the people previous to this item speaking, it reminds me the last time I was in this hall, there was a great deal of testimony on behalf of the homeless situation, and it was after that that the people sitting in those seats allocated $7 million for the square improvement and $7 million for the bond interest. So this kind of thing the buck literally stops with you folks. The PRMD, I understand, reports to you. The police, I think, reports to you. Your own conscience and treatment of the homeless is yours, and we ask you to be kind and compassionate. But I digress. The money that is available for endless projects will rather than into the deep pockets of those who are shareholders, will go to the people of this county. So make this bank happen and fund all the worthwhile things we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Luann Daly, followed by Thomas Ells.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you. I wanted to thank Jack Tibbetts and Julie Combs and Chris especially for their awareness, and Tom and everyone who's aware already of the movement that we're making and the progress we're making toward getting a public bank. And for Santa Rosa, and for that reason, I would like to ask you to reject this recommendation by staff for the five-year contract with Wells Fargo. And I'm sure the gentleman here is a lovely man, but I'd like to read a little bit that came out of this Oakland's study when they decided to go with Union Bank. And I'm just going to read. Whereas on May 20th, 2015, JP Morgan Chase and Company agreed to plead guilty to felony charges for conspiring to manipulate the price of US dollars and euros exchanged in the foreign currency exchange spot market. And whereas on May 20th, 2015, JP Morgan Chase and Company agreed to pay a criminal fine of $550 million for illegally manipulating the foreign exchange market. And whereas on May 20th, 2015, the Federal Reserve announced that it was imposing a separate set of fines, JP Morgan and Chase and Company, of $342 million for their illegal practices in the foreign exchange markets. And whereas on March 9th, 2016, the Wall Street Journal reported that Wall Street banks had paid in total more than $100 billion in fines and penalties for mortgage-related fraud. And whereas JP Morgan and Chase criminal conduct and wrongful behavior should not be rewarded with future business dealings with the city of Santa Rosa. And I think that we can do better than rewarding fraudulent behavior. We need to say that actions have consequences, and we can look a little further afield for a more reputable bank. If we have to put a new RFP out, okay. If not, we can follow Oakland. If we're wanting to follow Oakland, they chose Union Bank. I'm not sure if that would be a suitable choice for us, but it might be. But I don't think we should reward criminal behavior. And a quick Google search showed that the CF, whatever it is, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau rated JP Morgan 15th, number 15th in complaints per $1 billion done. So they're on the top 20 of fraudulent criminal banks. I don't see why our tax dollars, my tax dollars, everybody else's here's tax dollars, your tax dollars, should be going to reward them. And I urge you to reject this proposal and fund something shorter with a better, more reputable, environmentally sound bank, and do it on the short term while we get the public bank up and going.
Thank you so much. Thomas Ells.
Well, again, I want to thank you for looking into this and allowing us to speak. So if we go back, I'm going to take you back a little bit in history, of course. So this is kind of a response, as I understand, to the Wells Fargo situation and so reevaluating the bank. Wells Fargo was a locally owned bank, locally owned in Sonoma County. My grandfather's best friend, Harold Bostock, went to work for the bank in 1919. That bank was American Savings Bank of Petaluma, and it bought Wells Fargo and changed its name to Wells Fargo. He moved from Petaluma and became manager of Santa Rosa about 1945, and Jim Keegan Sr. and Henry Trioni came into the bank in 1955. Jim Keegan Sr. was the manager, and then Henry Trioni was assistant manager, and Harold Bostock was moved to Stockton, and then he was made secretary of the bank. So he was essentially the chief operating officer of Wells Fargo. He lived here, he lived in Stockton once he moved to Stockton, but he operated in San Francisco and Stockton. It was a locally owned bank. That's why it was the bank here for Santa Rosa for so many years. That's why. And Henry Trioni then eventually National Mortgage, I forget the name of it right now, Sonoma National Mortgage, which became a national mortgage company, and then he sold it to Wells Fargo, became the largest shareholder of Wells Fargo, and he lived here. He owned the bank, and he lived here, and that's why it was locally owned and controlled. It made sense. Li & Fung is owned 50% by, I'm going to try to be as local as I can. Li & Fung is a Chinese company that's owned, it's a factor there, owned 50% by JP Morgan Chase. Whispersoft Mills was owned here, and my uncle became the president and then the owner. It was infeasible for them to compete against Chinese goods, and then they moved to North Carolina, and eventually they moved to China and had Li & Fung be their factor. Li & Fung took over the factoring by hiring other people besides those that they hired for my uncle to make the exact same thing cheaper, and eviscerated the entire business. So that's Li & Fung, owned 50% by JP Morgan Chase. So forgive me. My main question is, would they make you sign an agreement to hypothecate your assets? And I believe they will. And as your bank, then normally you would keep your liquid assets with them. I think that was somewhere, I'm not sure, I thought it was $90 million. I'm not exactly sure, but somewhere between 10 and, I don't know exactly what the liquid assets are, but I remember seeing it. And if they ask you to hypothecate those, that's a problem.
Thank you so much. All right, let me bring it back to the council. Are there any additional questions? All right, Councilmember Oliveros, I'm gonna, excuse me. Councilmember Sawyer, I'm gonna ask you to put a motion on the table so that we can begin discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So I'll introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving an agreement with JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., San Francisco, California, to provide general banking services and waive further reading.
Second. All right, discussion from the council. Anyone? Councilmember Combs.
I think this is a request for information from staff more than anything else. If we were to change this to a 3-year instead of a 5-year so that we have the opportunity to explore in a shorter period of time public banking options, would that be possible?
And additionally, while we're finding that answer, if we were to keep the ball moving towards a public bank and do this faster than anticipated, is there an ability for us to transition sooner than that 5-year contract? Or does this 5-year contract lock us in for 5 years? Absolutely.
That's what we're talking with the representative from JP Morgan is as to the termination clause.
So there is a clause in the contract that allows either party to terminate the contract with a certain amount of notice. I forget exactly how much it is or what the period of notice is, but that's in there. So to answer the question, if it was 3 years, we could put in a notice to terminate and go through with that if.
So I wonder if the committee that met and discussed this could explain again how they made the decision to go with JP Morgan Chase instead of with Exchange Bank. I assume the committee did that review. I appreciate that there is a significant cost difference, at least in the short run, between the two. And I'm just wondering if you could explain why the decision was made not to go with the Exchange Bank. Any committee member was welcome to.
Well, it wouldn't require a change in the motion. If it's a question to the.
I was wondering
I'm just trying
if you
to
wanted
understand.
To take the answer on that one. The short answer for me is that when we looked at the evaluation from staff, both in terms of the cost and in terms of the services that were provided, and understanding that voting no on this contract ends up having us fall back into what we have had as a banking provider, when I think many of us do want to pursue a city bank or at least figure out if it's going to be feasible in the short term. This seemed like a good compromise in terms of getting the appropriate services for the appropriate cost for our city while we try something new and while we move away from an alternative that I think most of us find worse than where we were at. Councilmember Sawyer.
I think you've stated it well, and we do have an obligation with our to respond to a contract that saves the citizens money, and that to go with a contract that costs more would be, I think, could be looked at critically. And I understand the philosophical questions, but we have an obligation, a fiscal obligation as well.
And I do think it's worth noting the question that I asked Mr. McBride is a question that we did ask at the subcommittee level, understanding that if we were to move forward faster than was anticipated with a city bank, if it was deemed feasible, that there is an opportunity for the council to eject from the contract, obviously subject to notice requirements and whatnot, so that the 5 years versus the 3 years, my personal belief is allow the 5 years knowing that we can get out at 3 years if we need to, but let's allow staff the time to actually do what they need to do.
Can I do a follow-up question then? Excuse me.
Hold on 1 second. Let's go to the city attorney.
Just to mention, I did
just pull up the agreement, and it is a 6-month notice. We have a right to terminate the agreement for convenience, in other words, for any reason, at any time by giving a written notice of termination not less than 6 months.
And are there any penalties associated with that or loss of benefits?
No, there's city, I have not reviewed the entirety of the agreement, but under this provision, it's simply that the city would pay the contractor, the bank, for any services already performed.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You know, I understand our opportunity to leave for convenience's sake, but I am a little concerned that, Sue, I mean, we don't understand the full complexity of that contract, and I did take a glance at it, and I think there was about 85 pages of it. I mean, it was quite extensive. 180, Tom's telling me. But I'm going to be voting no on this just because I'm really disappointed. I'm disappointed that the council doesn't have the PFM matrix in front of them. I think that's important to have as in the decision-making process. When I was serving on the committee, I specifically called for 3 years, and that was not addressed. And time and again, this council has voted to make local preference a higher. Local preference hiring strengthened. I mean, I know that the long-term fiscal subcommittees made that a priority, and so, you know, I think that Councilmember Sawyer is right. We have a fiduciary obligation to our taxpayers not to go out for a service that is significantly larger than the lowest responsive bidder. But we also know, and there's a litany of economic data that exists out there that says investing locally has tremendous returns on investment for the local community, for loaning to businesses, loaning on construction loans, what this community needs so badly right now. And it's tough. I know how much work went into it. I actually do not think that if this is that draconian, but I've got to vote no on it.
Any other comments, council? So the motion with a second is to approve the professional services agreement for general banking services with JP Morgan Chase Bank. Your votes, council. And that will pass 4-2 with council members Tibbetts and Combs voting no. Thank you. Moving on, we will go to item 16.1. Council, this is a public hearing on the Community Improvement Grant Applications Appeals. We will hear a presentation from staff, then the applicant will have a 5-minute presentation. Following that, we will disclose ex parte communications and take questions from the council before opening the public hearing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So public hearing for Community Improvement Grant Application Appeals. Kalua Barnes, our Office of Community Engagement Director, will provide a presentation outlining the process and the background, how we got here tonight, and then the individual appealing the grant decisions, I believe you will allow him some time to speak. So I'll turn it over to Kalua.
So joining me is Danielle Runhausen-Garduno, as well as Cherie Barnett, who's actually the chair of the Community Advisory Board. I'll be doing the presentation, and they're my backup if I have questions that I can't answer. So tonight we're actually here regarding a 2017-18 Community Improvement Grant Appeal. Let's get this part. And before we get into the appeal, I just wanted, for the benefit of the public who may not know the details, the Community Advisory Board has actually been around since the 2002 charter. It's a 14-member board comprised of appointees, 2 from each of the council members from 7 areas that don't represent districts because the districts didn't exist at that time. So it's a 14-member board, and they've been issuing grants since 2003. They've been housed out of the Office of Community Engagement for the last 2 years, and there's a cycle every year where there's grants that are actually awarded to community members. The history of the program is from the inception to 2007-8 fiscal year. The council actually gave the Community Advisory Board $35,000 each year. During the point of the fiscal austerity and the fact that the CAB was not spending its money as fast as it was coming into their budget, the council actually stopped adding additional budget in 2007-8 for a period up until 17-18. So the last 10 years has actually been the CAB spending down unawarded grant monies until this year. During this current fiscal year, or at least the grant cycle, 2017-18, it actually happens in the fall, so it ends up spending money generally from a prior fiscal year. The CAB decided to increase the grant size to $5,000, which is the highest it had ever been. And although traditionally the number of grants received on an average year was about 26, this year we received 48 grants and a total of $180,237. 20 of those 48 grants were actually submitted by Eric Frazier on behalf of the Greater Cherry Street Neighborhood Association, and the total of that ask was $82,625. The CAB chose 9 projects for funding this year, totaling $31,483. And before going on, I want to just kind of share some of the areas that have been funded by the CAB grants are block parties. There's a For the Love of Books program that was in the Roseland area. We funded community gardens, tree plantings, murals, street paintings, the annual Juneteenth celebration, and a tool library. So the range of projects has actually been pretty varied, and 9 of those kinds of projects were actually awarded this year. So the period for this exercise actually was just before the fires happened, and so we have this overlap of the notice being sent for the for non-awarding, and then the response by Mr. Frazier about the appeal. So we were contacted in December, and the initial appeal was for 17 of the 20 grants. And then after meeting with staff, that number was actually reduced, and so the remaining 5 grants. And so you see the line that says 1705 through 1715 are a series of grants that he has withdrawn his appeal for. There are a number of, so the process for the grants is actually they come in, they're reviewed by staff, and then all of those grants are submitted to the Community Advisory Board for their voting. There's an opportunity for applicants to present, but there's not a requirement. And the grants, the presentations aren't weighted in whether or not what the scoring or the evaluation process is. The evaluation criteria include things like projects that support community building and strengthening of neighborhoods and relationship building among residents. They should reference partnering organizations and individuals and associations, and the real core of the thinking is that they're activities that actually build community in terms of activities as opposed to actual kind of concrete improvement projects. So the basis, so the process is for those applicants who were not selected by the CAB, and there were a number of them. There was a letter that's written that explains that it was a pretty competitive process, $180,000 worth of asks and $30,000 worth of revenue, and thanked them for their applications, but explained that the CAB had to actually make some very difficult decisions. The appeal was based on several things. One was the feeling that Mr. Frazier didn't have sufficient time to present, and that he was unsatisfied with the reasoning for the applications, which is there was more asked than there was funding. In the review process, although the entire package of applications actually goes to the CAB, there's a council policy, policy 13-32020, which actually speaks to the responsibility of the maintenance of sidewalks, and that responsibility rests with the property owner. So a number of these grant applications were actually declined by the CAB because of this requirement. And then the balance of them, 1718 and 1720, were more tied to the limitation of funds. So at this point, the appeal has been narrowed down to 5 grants and a total of $16,000, and that amount of money is not available in the Community Advisory Board's budget, nor the CAB budget, and so the recommendation is that the council deny all of the 1718 community improvement grant application appeals submitted on behalf of the Greater Cherry Street Neighborhood Association. And that completes staff's presentation.
Great. Thank you, Director. Madam Chair, do you have any words that you want to share?
No further comment.
All right, and I want to thank you for your service. Cherie is my representative on the Community Advisory Board and is a rock star, so thank you. Councilor, are there any other questions? Okay. All right, Mr. Frazier, you'll have 5 minutes.
Frazier with the Greater Cherry Street Neighborhood Association. I appreciate your time. And let me start off also by saying that we have no animosity against staff or any of the winning grants or anything like that. But as you can tell in reading our appellate brief, that we feel that we were engaged in a defective process. A defective process, by the way, that appears to be addressed by a very expensive consultant within the last year. And so probably the strategy and the process has changed now in CAB when it comes to administering these grants. And it is true that we did submit a plethora of grants. They included a share for permanent sidewalk repair for the nonprofits and churches and seniors that are aging in place in our neighborhood. The Greater Cherry Street neighborhood is probably the oldest neighborhood in Santa Rosa, and it's not governed by any type of homeowners association or anything like that. And so we have to find a way forward to make sure that these permanent repairs take place. I might also say that the CIG, the Community Improvement Grant process, is an important process that magnifies the donations of time and labor and donations of money from the community, and has to have at least a one-to-one match in the process. I know the application materials say a one-to-one match, but in actuality, a lot of the grant applications exceed that. In fact, that was the case in total of all the grants that were submitted. Even though the ask was $82,000, the matching amount was estimated to be $181,000 on top of it. So for every dollar that went in, more than almost 3 times as much money was raised in matching grants. So yes, we're now appealing 3 areas of grants. One has to do with sidewalk assessment and information campaigns, as well as verge remediation. The other one has to do with educating dog walkers about responsible activities. And the third one has to do with funding neighborhood groups' communication programs. And so as we run through those, we see that, of course, sidewalks are a major problem, and especially in the oldest neighborhood of the city. And really the best practices that emerge from our research show that communities will have a cooperative buying strategy. In the attachments to our materials, you would see that there's a plethora of communities that do that successfully, including San Francisco. And those community-based cooperative buying programs reduce the price for permanent sidewalk repairs significantly. Comparing a 4x4 repair using the city of San Francisco's pricing guidelines, we're talking about somewhere around $1,500, $1,600. The quotes that we receive from contractors willing to do the work, and that's not easy to find here in Santa Rosa, points that figure more to $5,000 to $8,000 for a property owner in the city. And that's really quite a huge burden, especially for our seniors aging in place, but really all property owners. So it's prudent on us to find a way forward that creates a best practice scenario when it comes to sidewalk repair. The other issue that we want to take up with, of course, when we're talking about the pushback from CAB as far as why these grants shouldn't go forward, they raise the council policy and the ordinance about sidewalk repair being the property owner's responsibility. But in actuality, a lot of the sidewalk problems are not caused by defects in the property owner's area of influence. They're adjacent utilities, they're on city property, there's other things that need to be actually accounted for these permanent repairs to be effected. The other area that we're talking about was irresponsible dog ownership, and really our request for just a little bit of money to put out an informational booklet on this, we feel is money well spent. One of the grants that we did not appeal was for a dog waste station. We had the property owner's approval and everything, just in exchange for some wood chips, for crying out loud. But again, that was also discarded. So I make note in my appellate brief that really the confluence of dog feces and defective sidewalks can be illustrated by the new $9 million campus at the Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. Walk around there, or try to walk around there. You can't. They did this beautiful job on the campus, award-winning campus, but the sidewalks and the verges totally neglected.
Thank you, sir.
If I can just finish my one point.
Go ahead, wrap up.
Thank you. And then the last thing really had to do with the communication package. Anybody who's involved in neighborhood organizing knows that to thoroughly communicate with your neighborhood, it costs a goodly share of money. So it was surprising to me to discover an unrestricted use fund in the Office of Community Engagement that can be used by some community groups and not others. It's not widely publicized and has no rules. And so that we feel is unfair, and we need transparency and we need action on that.
Great, thank you, sir.
Very much.
Counselor, are there any questions for the applicant? All right. I apologize. Go ahead.
The question for maybe staff or the appellant. Your sidewalk information kit, this is the kit that helps people identify bids to do sidewalk repairs. What does it do exactly? Sure.
The first thing is to analyze the need for the repairs and who's responsible for those repairs. What we have is a milieu of defective sidewalks, approximately 120 defects on 170 properties. And so it's not clear whose responsibility that is. And so it requires a little bit of analysis and inventory to get to that point.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Council, we have to disclose any ex parte communications that we've had on this, as it is an appeal. I have spoken with the applicant as well as the chair of the Community Advisory Board, but no additional information that was not presented tonight was present at that time. Councilmember Tibbetts?
No.
I've met and had conversation with Mr. Frazier.
Okay.
I've spoken with the appellant and also with my two Community Advisory Board members, Victoria Fleming and Lucinda Moore, and I don't believe any additional information that was conveyed that's not here.
Right.
I was told that this item was going to be coming forward by Ms. Barnes, but I didn't learn anything at that point any more than I learned this evening.
And Councilmember Olivares.
No communications.
Chris? Actually, real quick, I have talked with Mr. Frazier at great length about the sidewalk stuff, but I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, anything pertaining to this appeal.
Yep. Great. Councilor, are there any additional questions? Then I will open the public hearing. I do have two cards on this. If you'd like to speak, you don't necessarily have to turn in a card, but we'll start with Dwayne DeWitt, and he'll be followed by Cindy Bishop.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I've followed the community action team from the 1990s forward to when it became the Community Advisory Board. And I wanted to state that I'm glad that we have this and that people are trying to have some positive community involvement. I have not spoken with Mr. Frazier about this, and I am not involved with the Cherry Street neighborhood in any way, except I go through there almost every day, and I understand their concerns. From personal experience 4 years ago, myself and others in Roseland learned about the difficulties with the accountability and transparency in this grant program. We had gotten approval for a small $1,000 grant, which we would match with $1,000 worth of labor, with members from church groups that I attend, willing to do volunteer work to replace a fence at Southwest Community Park. We had everything all set for Arbor Day, March 12th, I believe it was, of that year. We're all ready to move forward, and we got notice a week before we were to do it We had the materials lined up. You have to pay for it yourself ahead of time. And then they reimburse you is the way this works. So you're not getting city money to do this until after it's done. A city staff member informed us they weren't going to let the project go forward. They had a different idea on what they wanted to do. So I had to get those church members and all those other volunteers out to plant trees instead of building $1,000 worth of fencing. Materials were going to be donated to us and then paid for later. It was quite a bothersome experience. Afterwards, I was not told how I was to go forward. It was said, yes, that money, that grant, you have to use it for something else. No one ever gave us the information on how to do it, how to get another project going forward, and essentially nothing has happened for us on that Roseland situation. So I bring that forward to help you understand the difficulties that happen when you try to work as a citizen, utilizing something within the bureaucracy to help your community. There are more obstacles than you expect, and if that obstacle stops you, it's just your tough luck, because no one's going to step forward and really help you. I believe yeoman work has been done by this gentleman and the people from the Cherry Street neighborhood to try to get something positive done. So I'd say I support their appeal, but you're going to plead poverty and say we don't have the money. Well, you know what? If you can't help your community, it's a sad state of affairs.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you.
Cindy Bishop.
Hi, Cindy Bishop. I live in the Cherry Street neighborhood, and Eric lives a block away, and I really appreciate the hard work that he's done, whether it's a match for the community advisory, what is it called, community improvement grant process or not. It's what he's done with the sidewalk issue is raise the awareness in our neighborhood about that, and it's important to us, and it is bringing people together. I hadn't done a lot of research, so I don't know if it's a match for the community, for what the, if it's a match, but I do support the appeal, because it's something that even if it's not, even if the sidewalks are supposedly the responsibility of the residents, I think there's a gray area, and that it would bring people together and has to do research, and it's a worthy project. So I think that among the other projects that Eric has been researching and putting a huge amount of energy and mobilizing people to be more aware of are valid issues. I see people who are handicapped and elderly having problems with the sidewalks all the time. One of our neighbors goes down the middle of the street with his dog in his wheelchair because he can't go on the sidewalks. And it does, if it's the responsibility of every homeowner, they can't afford to make these huge changes. So I'm glad to know the city is doing some provisional repairs, I think, that Eric helped get going. So it's a little bit of a gray area, but I appreciate the community improvement grants and appreciate what Eric's doing in raising the awareness and togetherness of our neighborhood around these issues.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Go ahead.
I just wanted, Candace Eliza, I just wanted to add to the sidewalk situation that when I was in Sacramento, they have a really good solution to the wheelchair ramp. And what they do is they bring asphalt from the road right up on the sidewalk and make a easy thing. And so it's easy access and it's cheap. And I don't know if the way the roads are made and the corners are made in Santa Rosa could be adapted that way, but it was a nice solution that I saw.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else? All right, I will close the public hearing. Mr. Oliveris, I'm going to ask you to put a motion on the table so that we can have a discussion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll make a motion to deny all fiscal year 2017-18 community improvement grant application appeals submitted by Eric Frazier on behalf of the Greater Cherry Street Neighborhood Association.
Second.
All right, council discussion. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Frazier, I want to thank you for coming down and all the work that you put into what is clearly a pretty exhaustive information packet here. I wanted to tell you, though, I'm going to be voting no on the appeal. I'll be supporting the motion to deny it, only because I've been pretty familiar with the Community Advisory Board grants, and to me, these really don't fit that. But what I think you've done here is pretty successful in bringing attention to what is an ongoing issue. Whose responsibility is it to pay for sidewalks, the residential property owner or the city? Time and again, we're told that it's the residential property owner, probably for budgetary reasons, and a litany of case law that supports that position. But, you know, I do think one thing that you mentioned to me that I think is really worthwhile and should be submitted to the Community Advisory Board next year, going through the normal process, is some kind of a survey or information pack that helps your neighbors identify good, cheap contractors or go through an easy to understand bidding process to get the lowest responsive bidder to fix your sidewalks. Now, maybe the council takes it up at some future date, I don't know, the overarching issue of who pays. But not only would I think that'd be a benefit for your neighborhood, the people walking on the sidewalks, but the whole city, because I think it's actually a pretty valuable service that you could propose. I'd encourage you to do that.
Any other council members? Well, go ahead, Councilmember Combs.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the sidewalk repairs have been withdrawn. Is that correct? It's not one of the issues before us tonight. That said, I think there's some benefit to looking into the co-op buying process that's being discussed. Obviously, when staff has the resources and the ability to do that, that would be something that we may want to consider. I'm aware, having started up a neighborhood association quite a few years ago, that it was very helpful to have communications resources from the Community Advisory Board. Certainly, we did not ask in this range. Were any alternatives asked of the appellant with regard to his communications package? Sometimes in the past, the Community Advisory Board has said, we can't do this dollar amount, but we could do some other dollar amount. Would you be interested? Was that pursued?
So as they deliberated, some of those questions came up, but because there were so many applicants and they were submitted in a way that were not kind of gradations of I could do this or with more money I could do that, that question really was not presented to him. But I want to clarify that what remains is actually a sidewalk condition survey, a sidewalk information pack, a verge remediation project, and then the community dog walker info pack and communications. Those are the remaining on the appeal.
I was specifically asking about 1720 on appeal, and if that communication package was discussed in any more detail.
It was not.
Okay. I will say that communications is essential for neighborhoods, particularly neighborhoods starting up. I also feel that it's very important for us to support our Community Advisory Board decision-making process and to support the board. I think that's a hardworking group. There's quite a lot of heads making good decisions in that room, and I want to thank them for the work that they do.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to get a little clarification. Can I assume that the council is not making recommendations to the CAB for next year's considerations? I was hearing something a little close to a recommendation. I would come to, so we can clarify that. There's no suggested recommendation, correct, coming from the council? Okay.
I did not hear one.
Okay. Okay, but without any kind of suggestion that the CAB would follow that recommendation, right? Okay, thank you. I have to agree that I know that the CAB works very hard. There's, I think, always disappointment when one believes very strongly about a recommendation or an ask from the CAB grants, because people are very passionate about those requests, and I understand that. And I have to follow the recommendations of the CAB. And I would venture a guess that if sidewalk and the repair was removed from this ask, but my guess is that if the sidewalk repairs were to be included in the original conversations, it was before the council when CAB first got these the ability to grant funds, that the council would have a great deal of angst about including sidewalk repair in any kind of CAB grant.
All right. Well, I do also want to thank, go ahead, Councilmember.
Just add my 2 cents, and I do appreciate, Eric, the amount of time and effort and energy put into this. I mean, I think we've had 2-hour-long conversations, and you're very well prepared. But similar to what some of my colleagues said, you know, I am supportive of the process. And it went through the whole process, and I know what CAB is doing. It's sometimes thankless work, because I think your salary is even less than our salary is. But these are difficult decisions, and again, you made so many valid points, Eric, when we spoke, but it's just, I don't think this is the vehicle to address what those things are, so I am going to be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I just want to echo the comments that have been made in the sentiment. I do also want to acknowledge that we're talking about a neighborhood that feels as though their sidewalks have been impacted by decisions that the city has made in the past, particularly planting additional trees in some of the planter strips that then might have some sidewalk issues as well. So while I don't think that the CAB grants are the appropriate vehicle to do this kind of work, I think what you've done, Mr. Frazier, to get this moving forward has been really productive for us, and I'd like to work with you next year in our budget setting process to see whether or not this is something where we can do a pilot, whether it's in this neighborhood or something broader throughout the whole city, to see if we can realize some of those savings from people working together and having an understanding of what they're gonna do. As for the other 2 that were denied because they just weren't funded, I agree with my colleagues that the amount of work that the Community Advisory Board goes through on these grants is pretty incredible. I actually had an opportunity to serve on the Community Advisory Board for 4 years, and understanding Mr. DeWitt's comments as well is why these grants have gone through reform after reform after reform to have additional processes put in place to lift the cap off of that $1,000 so that we can have meaningful projects that come forward that are just not just produced by the community, but moved along by the Community Advisory Board and people who are invested in the neighborhoods. So I will also be supporting the motion with the understanding that hopefully we can continue to work together on the other issues in the coming months as we prepare for next budget season. Council, your vote. And that motion passes with 6 ayes. Thank you, sir. We will go on written communications. We have 1 letter, and then final public comment. Rosanna Gonzalez, followed by Russell Sampson. Is Rosanna here? Oh, I apologize.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosanna Gonzalez. I have been homeless now for going on 8 years after being sick and a divorce, separation from my husband caused me to lose my home of 10 years to foreclosure. I'm here to try to give a first view of the huts on the property owner of Dave Berto, who has done nothing but try to help us out of his selflessness in choosing to love his neighbor as himself. First half of the year I've been there, I have held 2 part-time jobs, one at Dollar Tree and one as a site manager through Catholic Charities. I went to school. I'm trying to get my bachelor's in sociology. Since then, I've been able to keep my health improving. I have internal bleeding and need continued blood transfusions. I now have a full-time job as a, interim resident manager for a bridge housing, low-income housing tax credit company. I'm still also attending Santa Rosa JC classes part-time. Having this hut has been a tremendous improvement for me. I have been in Sam Jones, The Rose, the Family Support Center, Camp Michaela, Safe Parking. The hut has given me the best support because I have been able to leave my clothes. Of course, I have to be really presentable being a resident manager and talking with very important people to keep that low-income housing in our community. I'd also like to state that being in the shelters, you're limited to 1 to 6 months. That gives you barely enough time to get familiar with that from being from a house to a place of 100 people. There's mental health there, diseases, you can get sicker quicker. I didn't mean to rhyme. And also, I am close to having 25 days to be the permanent resident manager, possible the free 3-bedroom, well, rent-free 3-bedroom housing. But my fellow homeless people that are still there, it's vital to keep them. It's safer for women, for the vets. It's how you know, a little bit more of stability, gives you a little bit more of a face to look out to people and not be seen as the homeless. I am houseless, that is true, but I do provide back into my community. I do volunteer, I do go to school, I do work, and I do attempt to receive a house. It is very difficult with lower income because they want you to have 3 times the amount of the rent that they're asking of from a 1-bedroom, $1,500. I have children. My children were taken, well, not taken, but given to live in my husband's care, which he is renting a 1-bedroom, let me close it up, due to my homelessness of staying in a hotel, which was a similar thing.
Thank you so much, Rosanna. Russell, followed by Eric Fraser.
Hello, I'm Russ Sampson. I live in one of the huts on the McBride property. And I was shocked to get our notice that we have to vacate. We've been there for 1.5 years. And what is the city's reasoning that we need to be placed out on the street? They're worried about our health and safety. How is going to be on the street of the city of Santa Rosa going to be any more healthy and safer for me than living in the hut that I've been in for 1.5 years? There's no recourse for the city. I mean, basically, we're given a notice. We have no due process. We have to be gone immediately. We don't have a day. We don't have 10 days. We don't have 30 days. We have to be out. Gone on the street. And what's even worse is now the property owner is going, guess what? Not only you guys out, but the huts are going too. And according to the city, they've got to have a permit to even remove the huts. And they don't recommend moving them. They want them dismantled. According to the city's documentation, they want them dismantled. In other words, we want to bulldoze them, excuse me. We're not going to let you reuse these things anywhere. We want them gone. I don't understand how the city can do this without any due process, you know? I mean, and the fact that now, how is anybody in this city going to say, okay, we're going to try to help the homeless people. If you don't have every I dotted and every T crossed, what are you going to do? The city's going to come after you. The city wants to go after Mr. Berto. They want to prosecute him because the huts are on his property. That's just stupid. He, out of the courtesy, you know, out of the goodness of his own Christian belief, says, we're going to try this here. We can do this here. It'll work. And it has for 1.5 years. We've had no problems. There's been some growing pains when we've been there. But, I mean, it's been a working in progress. It's been great. It's been great having that place to come home to, not have to worry about your stuff being stolen. You've got a place that's dry come wintertime. There's no heat, but I mean, hey, I've got a sleeping bag and a couple of wool blankets, man. I'm fine in that hut. How is that going to be any worse than on the streets of Santa Rosa? I have no empathy for the city going, thank you, but get the heck out of our town because we don't want the homeless people here. Gee whiz, will you just please go away? That's all I get from the city council. I've been here for how long now? 2 years? Coming to these meetings, and I hear you guys talk about emergency proclamations, and what's happened? I don't see anything. I mean, if it hasn't been for Catholic Charities, and let me tell you, I don't want to get into that ball of wax, because every time you go to Catholic Charities, I wish I'd bang my head against the wall, because I go away going, why did I come here? They're not all helpful. But you guys seem to think they're great. They're the only game in town.
Thank you, sir.
They're not. Thank you.
Eric Fraser. And Eric, you'll be followed by Deborah Emunelson. I apologize.
Thanks again, Eric Fraser, representing myself. That's hard words to follow. Actually, my heart goes out to those that are sleeping rough tonight. And I've been in city council meetings where we've discussed safe parking, and logically, I can't figure out why we don't have at least that. But I did want to address one issue so I can provide some insight perhaps, and that was the question about HUD vouchers being used for rooms in houses. And I know that the client that I'm working with, Share California, is starting to make that happen. So I know there's a reality to being able to use these vouchers in occupied houses where the provider is allowing a room or rooms to be let. So you might also remember the research that now I have vetted with state universities that shows in Sonoma County that every night, even after the fires, some 27% of our bedrooms already built in our existing housing are unoccupied. That's approximately 149,000 empty bedrooms. As a citizen, I rose up and I said, what can I do to at least make that housing stock 10% more efficient? So a personal goal I set for myself was 15,000 bedrooms, having people sleeping in them, helping our seniors that are aging in place, or helping develop a healthier economy, including short-term hosting options. And so that's a number that still sticks with me. Fortunately, I'm getting traction for these ideas outside of the very city I live in. So we'll be addressing statewide audiences at the CWDA meetings. We'll be going to national home share conferences, and we're developing high-level relationships with companies like Airbnb and other people that really are concerned about excess inventory going to waste and the inefficiency of our processes. We don't need to act this way. We're benevolent, generous, caring neighbors. There are other ways. Thanks. I'll look forward to working with you as well. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Deborah, followed by Candace Eliza. Deborah? Candace.
I don't know about economics, and my name's Candace Eliza, but to me, I think that the banking and economics have everything in the world to do with homelessness, because I've been traveling all over the state asking why, even in rural counties, why can't I just walk in and find a place to live? And I went to a little Lincoln. Lincoln's right above Sacramento. It's a little tiny rural community. And then I go down the road just a couple miles, and there's seas and seas of these brand new houses, $1 million houses. And I thought, the community of Lincoln doesn't need these houses. Who's building these houses? And I don't know if JP Morgan's building these houses, but in Napa, well, back to the Declaration of Independence, and I don't know in your oath if you say to uphold that, but there's a phrase in there somewhere about our country being taken over from the outside and the inside. And I myself believe that our governments are still really good. And I do believe that, I don't know what this new world order is, I have no idea, but there's some entity, all of a sudden 3 years ago, between 3 and 5 years ago, at least 10 giant wealth management companies moved into Napa, and they started buying up neighborhoods and buildings, and all of a sudden the rent jumped up $1,000 in one pop. And all of a sudden Napa is full of people from France and China, in Germany, in Russia, and there's hardly any natives from Napa left there. And I say this to you because I think it's happening really fast. Our whole state is being bought up by wealth from around the world, and pretty soon, I go around and ask, I had a housing voucher I waited 8 years for. And so I go around and, I got off the track, I'm sorry. I went again, and I put my name on the list, and they said, why bother? There's 900 people on the list. And then I find people who just came from Russia, and they don't hardly speak English, although the senior lady, who's a beautiful lady at my church, she's trying real hard, but she just zoomed right in the senior housing. And I don't know what entity is allowing these things to happen, but I don't know if I'm strong enough to go to Washington, D.C. and try and
Thank you, Eliza.
Lobby about this, but please consider it. I think Sebastopol's ready to be taken over by this.
All right, Council, and that concludes the meeting.